Well, I'm going to start off with a song about a woman who is a heroine of mine. Her name at birth was Mary Harris, and she was born in Cork City, right there in Shandon, right in the centre of Cork. And she didn't stay too long because her parents emigrated to America. And she, in later life, became a union agitator, I think, more than an organiser. And her name became Mother Jones, and she organised or agitated on behalf of the coal miners, largely of West Virginia and Colorado, and she was a great woman. She didn't live in Cork very long, but she certainly had a tongue which could only have been raised in Cork. It's called The Spirit of Mother Jones. Mother Jones is dead and gone, she could no longer stay. No one knew how old she was, but she was often heard to say how she was born in 1830 in the Swede County Cork. But she crossed the foaming billows till she landed in New York. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Her marching up the street with her umbrella in her hand. I can hear her still at Ludlow, where the miners made a stand. And she says, John T., will you kindly tell to me, how could you let your troopers lay them 13 children down in the horrors of West Virginia and in Colorado too? Mother Jones and her miners they never could subdue, and the men they stood and read in their tents and tented bread. And the women stood like a wall of steel, and nothing could batter down. Mother Jones, the miner's angel, must be treated with respect. She's an old-fashioned lady, and you never would suspect that this gown and this bonnet would fill a rich man full of dread. She's the most dangerous woman in America, they said. Now for the horrors of child labour, says she. And the march of the mill children took place in 1903 from Philadelphia to New York. And she says, I'm going to show Wall Street the flesh and blood they squeezed to make their dough. When she died in 1930, oh, the sadness was profound. And they laid her to rest in a Union burial ground. And she lies in Mount Olive, where the midnight wind it moans. Stand up for the Union, cries the spirit of Mother Jones. And the rich man and his police and his pulpit and his press got away with murder, then they'd get away with it yet. But we'll forge a mighty union, and we won't be overthrown, and we never will forget the spirit of Mother Jones.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
All you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
All of you fascists bound to lose.
Yes, sir.
All of you fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
I said,
All of you fascists bound to lose.
yes, sir.
All of you fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose.
This is why
Bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
What does the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse their soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist is as a can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and open sesame. Here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power. This is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. But voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist is as a gas, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist is as a gas, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it.
My next
New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers, Greeks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley. People like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago. People like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Joining me now.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
Of that.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. River Bojack, River Bojack.
What happened?
River Bojack, River Bojack, River Bojack, River Bojack, River Bojack, River Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather around. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello! How we all doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hello! How we all doing, folks? How we doing today? Whoo! Lucky timing? Hell yeah. Always. Also, just real quick. Can we unmute the Twitchytism? they justice for Twitchytism. Yeah, the bot will get you for spamming emotes. Hello. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Zolta. Hello, sorry you're blue. God damn it. I should have opened stream just being a black void. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. It would have been so good. I should have just opened the stream into like a straight up black box. And then left it there for like an hour until you all got the joke. Damn it. Missed opportunity. I know. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Eric Lizama. Hello, sorry you're blue. Hello, Erica. Hello, Cliffy Fishing. Hello, the Septo... Wait. I did not get that right. The Stegocephalian. Hello! How we doing, folks? How we all doing? Hello, Judgment for Rezone. Hello, Webmage. Nathan, thank you for the $15 dono.
Epstein Wu honestly so happy that MAGA and the Republican coalition is disintegrating so spectacularly.
Oh god, Nathan, you have no idea. Did you guys know that they're having like an America Fest? Did you guys know this? At the moment, America Fest is like a Turning Point USA event.
Did you see what President, big black square emoji, 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 said?
No. I couldn't. Yeah, they're having a big, like, America Fest thing going on right now. And, apparently there's a bunch of infighting happening at America Fest, too. And also, like, this is happening, so... God. Also, Zoem, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. Hello, everyone. Hello, GamerG.
Guess which DSA shell Shemp and Mod filed her name change paperwork today?
Congratulations,
I bet you can't guess.
GamerG.
It's me. Never would have been able to come out without the riverboat and DSA.
Hell
Hero's
yeah.
birthday, man.
Also, I need to tweet out that the stream is happening.
Did you hear about
the
presidential plaques Trump put out?
Yes, I did. I think I put out a short about that. There we go. Nailed it. Whew! What a day for news, huh? About to make the what a week, Lemon. Or Lemon, it's Tuesday. You know, I was about to make the 30 Rock joke, but I think it falls a little flat considering it's actually Friday. There we go. And I have been going nonstop today, folks, so apologies for the lateness. We are live. We about to talk about the Epstein files and a bunch of other stuff too. Get in the boat. Twitch, YouTube, and riverboat.gg. There we go. Hopefully joining DSA soon. Fuck yeah. Also, Blaze Doomroom, thank you for the $5 super chat, and thank you for being rad yourself. Love seeing chatters get out there and build up that grassroots power we are so badly in need of. Yeah, Trump added his name on top of the Kennedy, not the Kennedy Memorial, the Kennedy, like, Center for the Arts or whatever it's called.
When you do the segment for the Epstein files, just cut your camera so it's a black box.
Boom. I can do that. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Finn the Rainbow. Or sorry, the Finn Rainbow. Nailed it. If any newsroom had the stones, they would start calling Trump redacted and put black boxes on his face everywhere just to make fun of him. True. True. Yo, Paladin, thank you for gifting a sub to Erica. Also, Judgment for Rezone, thank you for the gifted sub to Kiva and Defer earlier, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated. Would you mind having a petition link pinned in chat? Greatly appreciated. There's more info in Discord mod chat. Well, I need to see what the petition is, so I will get back to you on that now. I will stop talking and doing content to read the mod chat to look for the petition. Okay. Well, New Hampshire says no. Yeah, sure. You can. Yeah, you can pin that. Serious, I want to inform chat that any CSAM in it is represented by a page saying CSAM and item not scanned. I gotta be honest though, I'm not entirely confident in the ability of our government to actionably, like, cut out the CSAM. You know? Like, I don't trust it. Oh god. I'm gonna just hard restart stream because I'm getting thrown by the demands being made of my attention. There we go. Nailed it. This whole thing reeks of we just had AI do it. I mean, I fully believe that a bunch of AI did that. Oh my god. Guys! Guys! I'm really fucking tired. Just let me do my little things. God damn it. That was the point, to reset? Yeah. Okay, do the thing, ignore all of us. That's true, I should do that. More ignoring. All right. YouTube chat acting up again? No, there's just a lot of people and I am overwhelmed and I'm trying to do my best, okay? Ish. Ish. Okay. So, let's try and put this show together, shall we? Now, as per usual, fucking hell, Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna knock everything off my desk, I guess. Jesus. One of those days, chat. One of those days. There we go. Having a day? Yeah, guys, I woke up and I've been doing things nonstop. I haven't been able to breathe or, like, not do things today. It's been a nonstop sprint from the time I woke up. So I'm just frustrated at being alive right now. Do you need a minute? I know I often need a minute when stuff just keeps going. Unfortunately, Blueberry Bumblebees, I do not get a minute to just be. We must continue going. All right. Yes, Petals and Gems, I am frustrated by the material confines of reality. It is very frustrating. All right. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, as I'm sure all of you know, there's a lot going on in the world right now. And, you know, when there's a lot going on, you gotta take a minute to just breathe. Ironically, I say, after what I said seconds prior to this segment. So, when you relax, obviously you want to kick back, open a nice cold brewski, and chill with a fantastically enjoyable film. And, well, I present to you, for your consideration, your next fantastically enjoyable film. It's titled Melania.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Don't worry. Our proudest legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker in the fire. Beautiful. Together, with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
It is safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. It's gonna be one of the funniest movies. It's gonna be one of the funniest movies of all time, guys. Wait, is this not AI? No, it's real. It's real. Did you watch it? No, I'll watch it on the news. Yeah, it's PG, so you can bring your kids. Oh, fuck. Guys, is it parody? No, of course it's not fucking parody. These people parody themselves. Parody is dead and they killed it. So it's a comedy? It certainly is gonna be one for me. Let me put it that way. I just... She calls her husband Mr. President. God, yeah, everyone's been clamoring to see Melania's life. Wowee. Is this the Melania movie? Yes, it's the No, the trailer that featured only Melania is not the No, yes, of course it's the Melania movie. God. I just so much of it is just silly garbage. Like I have no words. Here we go again. Like, Jesus Christ. I want Jack to watch it. I both do and don't want to watch it.
I know it's not truly our queen of toots, but I'm sure she wouldn't mind having a knight, or a senator, in her midst.
And that's gonna be so... not smirk. I love the 10 tier 1 subs. Don't get me wrong. Thank you so goddamn much. It is gonna be so confusing to people who watch the like the segment go up on YouTube who do not see the Mariah Carey trombone champ like tradition we have here in the live show. They're gonna be so goddamn confused about what you're talking about. But I appreciate you. And folks, let's keep on going. Hit the like button. Let me know what you think of the Melania movie down in the comments. And comments longer than 8 words do better in the algo. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, do the things. And oh God, war is happening at this time because of this, I swear. Millions will die because of the Melania film. It's true, it's true. And I don't know, join your local DSA, join your local Dems, radicalize them, join the Discord for help doing those 2 things. And folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo.
Star Trek price is right for the YouTubes.
Da, 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 da. Okay, Nathan, I genuinely don't know what you mean by that, but I appreciate the $5 dono. Let's keep on going, folks. Oh, this is gonna be a goofy night, isn't it? Anyway, on a serious note, I know it's a reference to the fan film. I don't know how it connected to the Oh, are you saying the Star Trek Price is Right is similar to Mariah Carey Trombone Champ for the YouTube viewers? A very serious note, the brown note. Nocturnal! Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Cardstock, thank you. I'll update it. What the fuck is this? This is tradition. The sound you're hearing now is goddamn tradition. Is it off key? Probably. Can we stop this? You can make it go faster. For $5. Oh, we're taking it slow. Okay. Finally, the proper speed to enjoy this. My non-existent wife left with the non-existent kids. You can always speed it up 25% every $5. Unfortunately, other people can also slow it down for $5. And chat always chooses violence. This game is on Steam sale, so 4 of my friends are getting this game for Christmas. Hell yeah, Zoe Bryn. You guys got me. My one and only sponsor is Trombone Champ. Okay, Nathan. Okay, Nathan, I understand now. Nathan, I actually can't slow it down more than it already is. This is as slow as it can go. I think. Yes, this is as slow as it can go. How do you play this game? Do I need a trombone? No, I think you use a mouse. It's also on the Switch. It's on console. She non-existent affair comes to mind right now. Lazia, thank you for the membership. Record it slowly, then slow it down further. If somebody wants to do that, we could. Speed it up.
Speed it up, baby.
Deal. Okay. We're okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn. And of course, because Nathan donated a generous $50 dono, we do have another toot. This is my Roomba screaming for help. Indeed. Toot toot, motherfuckers! With the Christmas tree. Chat all praying for either normal speed or faster. She's trying to kill us? Mariah Carey is trying to kill everyone. It's true. Oh no.
Let there be slow.
Javier Valenzuela, I am bound by the terms of the contract. This is the best Christmas tradition. Indeed.
What is this? A disco. Asterisk, 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 with EDM fast rap SHTE.
What?
Slow it down for the event.
A disco? Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Here we are. You know, really nothing has ever convinced me that humans are fundamentally evil more than Trombone Champ. A seasonal lesson for us all about the necessity of Krampus. I don't think it will be the abuse of AI that causes the machine to rise up. It's humanity doing this kind of shit. Yeah. Probably. We'll deserve it. The brain fungus has taken me. Jobertus Maximus. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Mutually assured tromboning. You're gonna put Trombone Champ into the party music rotation at the Yule celebration? Let me know how it goes. Oh god, Uncle Gumbald, every single time we do this video, I think of like a slow zoom on that bear's hollow dead eyes. Oh god. There must be different Trombone Champ videos. Yeah, there are tons of different Trombone Champ videos. But, you know, this is our video. Now I just ate solid food for the first time in 5 days. I don't need to barf again. Huzzah! Man, imagine this being the first stream of mine you watch. No context. You think you're gonna get some hard-hitting Jeffrey Epstein analysis. I mean, we will get to that eventually, but... Oh, not Smirt.
Before I did due to the time, but could you play this one? Please, if Queen of Toots is still playing when this goes through, keep it at the same speed or slow it down.
Not Smirt. We will play that video once the Mariah Carey is done. That's what I'm doing to my partner. She's perplexed. I do apologize. But tradition demands it. Hell yeah, Knight of Ticking Armor. Are you guys muters or are you tutors? How much longer? We have about 2 minutes left. Have I seen the Liz Truss speech Trombone Champ video? I have. It's great. Can I donate for a song? No. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. I'm so sorry that we haven't had a real show yet. Come to Riverboat Jack for political insight and educated opinions. A very serious time here. You know, I think the silliness. I think the silliness helps the politics go down a little bit easier. Blaze Doom Room, I'm so sorry. Do you want it to go faster or slower, Blaze Doom Room? Although I guess it can't go slower. This is as slow as it goes. Hello, Doc Shock Blastimus. Oh, bum, ba-da, ba-ba, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-ba-da, ba-ba. slot motions every December. If somebody donates 10 gifted subs, or the monetary equivalent of that, or 10 gifted memberships monetary equivalent of that, we do this video. Bum, ba, dun, 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 dun. Ba, ba, da, ba, dum, bum, bum. Ba, ba, da, bum, bum, ba, ba, ba. I'm experiencing ego death, as are we all. This is what happens when one eats the brown acid. Yeah. Never eat the brown acid. Is ba 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 over? Ba, 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 ba. Holy shit. We did it.
All I want for Christmas is trombone tramp tattooed on my left cheek.
You know, when the song finishes, it just kind of leaves you feeling empty inside. Okay. Holy shit. That was a lot. My brain hurts. Indeed. Okay. Not Smart wanted us to take a look at this. I'm not going to play the entire thing because we got stuff we need to do, but we will take a look at it briefly.
Impressive little
Fuck.
toy you've got there. You're not ending our plan. You're expanding. Check the internet lately. The memes. America's wanted this war for years. You're American. You're number one. Nationalism. Unilateralism. Materialism.
Oh, this is going to break me.
America's disease. Rotten to the core. Of course. That would have to include you.
Okay, this is pretty cool, but also, here you go. Here's the link. All of you can go check it out on your own time. All right? Oh no, it slaps. All right, there you go. Oof. What's the difference between someone recommending this and me recommending something? The difference is I did not want to open the door to people just posting music videos because I got shit I need to do. That the difference is I'm only going to listen to 1 minute of this, and it's pretty neat. If you want me to listen to 1 minute of something, all right, I'll do it. But also, I got to talk about the world's most infamous child sex trafficker and the documents that got released. You know, like, I do have to do things. And I am bound by the contract that I made with you guys regarding Our Lady of Toots. But, that That is the one binding. The rest is just me. Let's see. Whew. All right. All I want for Christmas is Nano Machines, son. Indeed. That's got to be where that goes, right? I'm gonna listen to it later. All right. Okay. We did Melania. All right. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, you guys wouldn't shut up telling me to talk about the Trump Hunger Games, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought you guys were memeing really close to the sun. And I thought perhaps you were fabricating something, and I was just like, haha, you silly gooses. Yeah, no, of course not. And I was wrong, and I apologize.
In the fall, we will host the first ever Patriot Games, an unprecedented 4-day athletic event featuring the greatest high school athletes, one young man and one young woman from each state and territory. But I promise there will. In the fall, we will.
But I promise they won't be slaughtered. Like, what? Yeah, so apparently this is part of. Well, let's
host the first ever Patriot Game.
Okay, he doesn't say first annual. Wait, this is real? Yes, this is real. So, it's part of an announcement for a public-private partnership, i.e. he's doing, like, a massive handout to his rich friends, and the premise is that it will be the Patriot Games for the 250th anniversary of America. That's, I guess that's the rationale for this. But no, they are going to take representatives of athletes from each state, I guess, and have them either compete in different events or I don't know. Like it seems very nebulous. It's one of those things where like I'm not entirely sure that they have a coherent plan. This is kind of one of their like kind of like when Donald Trump announced there was going to be a blockade of Venezuela, and the Pentagon was just like, wait, what now? Like, this is just something he pulled out of his ass and is now trying to materialize. Yeah, it's the concept of a plan, right? And I don't know to what degree this is going to materialize. A lot of it seems to hinge on Dana White putting together a UFC fight on the White House lawn. And that is, in fact, going to feature in these Patriot Games. And so it's like the America Olympics. Genuinely, I don't even think it's really that flushed out as a plan. I don't know if those two representatives are going to be like two representatives of each sport or just two athletic specimens who need to like do like, you know, an Iron Man style competition. Who knows? And frankly, doesn't matter. Do any of us care? It's really weird. And, you know, like maybe we should just not give it any oxygen. But you know, this is silly as hell. I'm sure Riley Gaines will offer her expertise too. Oh yeah, you know, you got to get that 5th place finisher a shot to manage sports. It only makes sense to have the very best. The winner gets a basket of food for their state. It's true. What are the odds it'll just be a few kids invited to the White House to run laps around the former East Wing? I don't know the odds, but may they ever be in your favor. I'm 53 and smoke pot, had lung collapse. Can I fight RFK Jr.? Or R9K Jr.? I don't know who R9K Jr. is, but you can fight anyone you want. This is America. It's Dana White, so maybe it'll be a slap fight. True. See, y'all are thinking Hunger Games. I'm thinking Squid Games. Nah, because, like, UFC, like, for all the shit I think it puts into our world, like, it is a sport, like an actual sport, like a mixed martial arts sport, like that. Yeah, okay. But like Squid Game, that's not sports. It's just children's games played at life or death stakes. I don't think that that's what's gonna happen here. But God, it really fucking sucks to live in this timeline. Also, dude just looks bad. Dude looks like he's practically fallen asleep in the video. It's crazy. Anyway, that's the Hunger Games that you guys have been hearing about. It's the games that he wants to organize around the 250th anniversary of America. So there you go. That's the mystery solved.
Chat, I need a list of the events for the Trump games. Ill start. DUI monster truck racing.
Okay, but that would maybe kind of slap. Oh no. God. Monster trucks are cool. That's my hot take. Okay? I think monster trucks are neat. I like monsters, I like trucks. I think combining the two is great. Alright. Anyway, if you like that, hit the like button. Drop a comment.
Hunger Games is competition. Squid Games is suffering. They are fundamentally different.
And yet, what is competition but directed suffering? For a goal. Nah, I'm done. I'm not gonna do an anime villain monologue. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. And folks, hit that like button. Drop a comment longer than 8 words long, because apparently the algorithm likes it. Hit the subscribe button. And please do consider radicalizing your local Dems, organizing with your local DSA, and check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is non-tucking. It's tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folk. And it's really good. I'm wearing it right now, and it's very comfortable. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Woof. Jack, have you read the second comment I posted? Sure, I will read it out loud. Hey Jack, have you heard of the YouTuber by the name of Paul Lance? No, I have not. He made a short on the Dems not doing anything about the file redactions outside of just saying things but not taking proper action. What do you think they will really do, and what do you think they will what do you think they'll really do? And what do we as citizens of this country do before Project 2025 is fully completed? Well, you do what I say at the end of every single video. You organize with your local DSA, you organize and radicalize your local Dems. If we are denied representation in the government of our country, then what we need to do is build that grassroots power. And either way, if Project 2025 is to fully come to fruition, or if we are to win electorally,
With
we need to do that organizing
chuckleheads,
work.
I'm thinking more most extreme elimination challenge.
I'm pretty familiar with elimination games, but I don't know what that one is, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 dono. But Doc Shock Blastomus, the secret to resistance is organizing. And that is why it is so highly imperative that folks organize on the ground level. It starts with you guys. Like, if you don't like how corrupt and corporatist the Dems are, then you need to get into the local Democratic Party and organize with like-minded folks in your area, i.e. DSA, and you need to take the party back from these corporate ghouls. And again, if worst case scenario happens, having organizing networks is going to be very, very important for any kind of, resistance against an authoritarian regime. So, we can't get obsessed with LARPing possibilities that are never going to happen. We need to actually do the hard work, and the hard work is showing up often unglamorously day after day to make the organizing work happen. So that's my takeaway to that. And I think Dems
Oh,
will
I
do
just had
stuff
a
about the
wild
file
thought, but it'll
redactions.
never happen. I so want Dropout.tv to handle the Trump Hunger Games.
God, that would be so funny. That'd be so fucking funny. It would never happen, Nathan, but it would be very funny. Yeah, we'll talk about the Epstein files in a bit here. We're getting to it. Yes, we're going to talk about Elise Stefanik too. Yes. Give me some time to get into the content here, folks. Also, I ran out of my Monster Energy, and I'm just subsisting off of V8, and I think that might be why I'm a bit cranky today. Also, I'm cranky because I went through a bunch of the Epstein files, and it's fucking gross. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's skeevy as shit. Like, and I'm not gonna go over them live on stream. I was initially planning to do that, and then as I looked through them, I quickly realized that they did not do a very good job redacting a lot of details from those photos. It is not entirely redacted. No. A lot of it is redacted. Like, there are entire 100+ page documents that are entirely redacted. But there are, like, images from Little St. James and his compound. There's nude art on his walls, and I gotta be honest with you guys, I'm not entirely sure how old the subjects of those art pieces are. And that's when I said to myself, I'm gonna stop looking at this now. It left me wanting to vomit. They weren't supposed to redact it. Well, they were supposed to redact the child sex abuse material. And they were supposed to provide rationale for every single redaction they made. But it's honestly fucking incredible. They seem to have spent more time redacting faces of rich, powerful men in photographs than anything
I'm
else.
not exactly flush, but someone should pay you for having to go through that.
Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat and for the sentiment. I appreciate it. Ugh. Impeach Pam Bondi. Yeah. Here's the thing. I live with my parents who are, despite not being MAGA, staunch Republicans, refuse to let me go out to do anything to fix this. Well, luckily you can organize online with your local DSA and your local Dems. Most meetings locally are hybrid, meaning you can show up physically or you can show up online. So if you have an internet connection and can watch this stream, you can also show up digitally to your local organizing meetings.
Agreed. You should get paid for the trauma.
2D Synctium, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Well, yeah. Look, again, I'm not kidding. There's a lot of, there's a lot of art on his walls, and the faces of some of the subjects of that art are blacked out. And again, you start wondering how old the subjects are for some of the pieces. Yes, you can call me Jess. I've looked into that. I need to look more into some of the stuff around that. And Nathan, thank you for the $5.
Consider
dono.
this one hazard pay.
Was anyone incriminated by the files at least? No. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein, but he did. All right. We are not quite at talking about the Epstein files yet, but we're getting close. I have a couple other stories I really want to talk about first because I think it's important. Cool. out of that. All right. Here we go. Jumping into our next segment here, folks. So, folks, we got to talk about that Trump address. You guys remember a couple days ago, Donald Trump, in a desperate ploy to try and buoy his numbers on the economy, got on television to tell everyone, don't believe your eyes or wallets or your bank accounts. No. America's economy is doing amazing. It's doing better than ever before. It's so good, guys. You've never had it so good. You guys out there thinking that everything's bad, you're just wrong. Shame on you. Donald Trump came and fixed everything, you fools, you simpletons. And then in the middle of that, you might have noticed that he announced that there were going to be $1,776 paid out to active duty troops. Do you guys remember that? He was talking about Patriot checks for the troops. Well, now we know more about what exactly that means. And well, it's kind of a situation where he's stealing from the troops to pay the troops. Here is Defense One. Trump rebrands congressionally approved troop housing subsidy as Warrior Dividend Bonus. More than $2.9 billion in reconciliation funds was allocated to beef up troop housing allowances. Now it's being used for $1,776 checks. So basically, funds were set aside specifically so that troops could afford housing. And instead of using that to house troops, they're just draining that account of money to just directly pay troops. So even assuming that it goes directly one-to-one, it's just a shell game of moving the money from the housing fund to the troop bank account. Like, this is... Yeah, this is just, here, I got you some extra money, and it's just the money you were gonna get anyway. Like, that's, I'm actually kind of speechless at how wild that is. Like, you have the audacity to go in front of everyone and, like, beat your chest about how cool a thing you're doing is, and then it turns out you're just stealing from the troops to pay the troops. That's nuts. The checks are taxable, housing isn't. Oh, that is an interesting observation there, Paladin. Do they think we're fucking dumb? Yes. Donald Trump and people around him absolutely think every single person in America is a sap who is gonna fall for their bullshit. Yes. Buying loyalty with their own money seems valid. Yeah, except that, like, they're also gonna be charged. Like, it's actually going to be a way to save the government money by giving them checks that the government then taxes, you know?
Basically, I took the money out of your wallet and put it in your hand and asked you to thank me.
Yeah, but I took the money out of your wallet and then put it in minus, you know, the taxable amount of the money. So he's actually just straight up stealing from troops. Like, I'm actually dumbfounded at how poorly thought out this move is. If you do the math, each troop should have got something around $2,000 each. Yeah, no, like, it's just straight up theft. Senior administration official told Defense One in an emailed statement late Wednesday evening. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directed the Pentagon to disperse $2.6 billion as a one-time basic allowance for housing supplement to all eligible service members ranks 0 through 6 and below. And Congress appropriated $2.9 billion to the Department of War to supplement the basic allowance for housing entitlement within the one big beautiful bill, the senior official said. Approximately 1.28 million active component military members and 174,000 reserve component military members will receive this supplement. Ay. The $2.9 billion meant to subsidize the basic allowance for housing, the monthly payment to cover troops' off-base expenses such as rent, mortgage, and utilities, known as BAH, comes as some service members have struggled to make the most of the benefit. A January 27th RAND report examining BAH for Army personnel said the Defense Department should better assess methodology amid rapid changes to the housing market. BAH is generally adequate for Army personnel, though not necessarily when the housing market is changing rapidly and dramatically as it has in recent years, the report said. Furthermore, while our analysis of housing choices and expenditures among military personnel and of their locational amenities points to an overall positive picture with respect to BAH, a substantial though minority share of members report dissatisfaction with BAH. Which is, again, why they set aside extra money. It's crazy. I stole your money. Applaud me. Is just a insane strategy to win back the approval of Americans. God. Honestly, it's more a way to take away something good that Biden did and stamp Trump's name over the top. Yeah, I mean, of course it is. Like, his entire goal is just to destroy anything that is making life livable for Americans, and then try to take credit for any of the residual success of programs as, they disintegrate. So, anyway, you learned anything from that? Hit that like button. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Comments longer than 8 words apparently do well in the algorithm. Hit that subscribe button, and please begin organizing locally. Organize with your local DSA. Organize and radicalize your local Democratic Party. Make it better. Kick these corporate assholes out of there. And last but certainly not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. And it's tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie, high quality and feminine. Check it out today. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. We're gonna fall like Rome before we get the orange piggy out of office? No, that's doomer talk. We're gonna do like all generations before us had to do, which is roll our sleeves up and get the goddamn work. Always enjoy your programming. Many thanks. Hell yeah, Orvilla B. Glad you're here. The barrack soldiers are gonna be pissed. I have no doubt. No one understands better how much the US government fucks over soldiers more than soldiers do, Let's doom after the Animal Farm trailer? Nah, I got other things we need to talk about. Alright. Alright. One last segment. Let's go. So, folks, we gotta talk about RFK Jr. Because guess what? RFK Jr. is just straight up waging a war against children. There's not really another way to phrase it or to call it. Like, we talked yesterday about how RFK Jr. is targeting trans kids. They're even going after, like, companies that manufacture clothing that they think is unacceptable. for kids to wear, and it's the same kind of clothing like people who lift weights wear. Like, it's genuinely crazy. They're like sending cease and desist letters for companies making like outfits that allow you to like compress your chest. Like, it's fucking nuts out there. Like, next step, they're going to be going after sports bra manufacturers, and I'm not even kidding. You can check out that segment if it's probably out by now on the YouTube. But we're not done with just like, oh well, they're going after the trans kids. No, they're going after like all the kids. Here's one of the latest articles about what they're doing. That's the BRB screen. Here we go. U.S. plans to stop recommending most childhood vaccines and defer to doctors. Now, this plan is not yet finalized, but I need to let you guys know that if the United States government stops recommending vaccines for children, a lot of kids are gonna die. A lot of kids are gonna die. Like a lot of them. Under RFK Jr. so far, there has been a 14,608% increase in the number of measles cases. Like that's huge. And that's without like dropping all of the vaccine recommendations. Like, this is going to get a lot of kids killed. And it's not just going to get kids killed from people who are anti-vax, because it's also going to get kids killed who are from families that vaccinate their kids. But the prevalence of the illness will lead to more likely transmission to kids who have gotten the vaccine, or to kids who are immunocompromised because they have been born that way or have developed conditions that leave them more vulnerable to infection. And through no fault of their own, they're going to get killed by these parents who are anti-vax, and by this administration that is essentially trying to mainstream anti-vax rhetoric for no other reason than because it makes them money.
Lol, never forget the raw milk fiasco.
God, that was funny, Nathan. They drank raw milk and got sick. Is it gonna fuck up so many people? It is. Vaccine hesitancy has been rising to dangerous levels, and like, I mean, like, the measles was almost eliminated in the United States. It's one of the most infectious diseases we know of, and this administration is like, yes, let's allow measles to spread. And the reason they do that, guys, is number one, because RFK Jr. is backed by a bunch of, nutritional supplement companies and woo spirit science bullshit companies that profit off of science denialism, right? Number one. But number two, they honestly believe that it's good for kids to die. And what I mean by that is that they buy into eugenics. It's just eugenics. They believe that healthier immune systems will survive in a more disease-prone environment, and that those with healthier immune systems deserve, or in some way are intrinsically more deserving of life than those who have weaker immune systems. It's disgusting. It is a vile resurrection of rhetoric commonplace in fascist regimes the world over. We saw it in Mussolini's Italy. We saw it in Hitler's Germany, and we are certainly seeing it in the United States right now. It is awful. It is horrible. And it's also worth mentioning that eugenics is a very American concept. It's riddled through our society in a number of different ways, and it's high time we started ripping it out root and stem, because it is a plague on our world, and it is killing people who have every right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And to that end, I just want to highlight here real quick. This is Stand Up for Science. It's a wonderful organization of kind of a grassroots organizing of different medical professionals and scientists who have been organizing and pushing to impeach RFK Jr. And let's just hear what Dr. Olivia Richmond has to say.
I'm a doctor. Every day, there's news about how our science and healthcare infrastructure is being dismantled by MAGA, with RFK Jr. at its head. From shutting down rural hospitals to promoting medical misinformation to rolling back vaccine standards, Americans are likely to get sicker and sicker.
I'm a pediatrician, and I think about how RFK is making my job harder, how he's making it harder to keep diseases from spreading, how I have to treat more patients with less resources, and how my sickest patients are going to get younger and younger.
I'm a primary care doctor. It's not just kids that'll be affected, it's my elderly patients too. America's on track to have a historically large population of older adults retiring and needing care. With the damage that's being done to our public health infrastructure, they'll see their healthcare expenses go up along with their risk of disease.
I'm an emergency medicine physician, and when patients come to the ER, we triage them first before we can treat them. The same goes for our healthcare system. There's a lot wrong with our healthcare system, but we can't fix any of it when RFK Jr. is actively working to tear it down.
I'm an OBGYN, and I know that every day that the circus continues on, the worse it gets. And it doesn't just stop when RFK Jr. is gone. The cascading effects of policy change is going to affect generations.
We're doctors. We committed to do no harm.
And that means we have to call out harm when we see it.
Join us in the call to impeach RFK Jr.
There is not a moment too soon.
Go to standupforscience.net/impeach RFK Jr. to take action, sign a letter to endorse the articles of impeachment, and call your representative.
Courage is contagious. Share this video and stand with science.
So, if you are interested in taking action, here is a link to the Stand Up for Science website where you can learn more about what is going on. You can read how things are going, and you can take the steps necessary to throw your support behind impeaching RFK Jr. Now, you might say, as I see some of you in chat saying, well, there's no way they're going to do that. When the knives start coming out from members of this administration and from Republicans against one another, as I feel that they are imminently about to do, organizing in this manner is going to leave different members of the administration uniquely vulnerable to getting betrayed and kicked out. And one of the things we can do right now is try and weight that scale. And any kind of organizing towards opposing this administration is going to be helpful. I'm in neurology, and I've seen stroke patients die from COVID and flu because patient families refuse to vaccinate and wear masks. I'm sorry to hear that, Polaire. That sounds really fucking hard. Is the cult breaking down? The events of today might very well indicate that they are. So, I don't know. Look, there's no surefire guaranteed way to do anything, but I do know if we organize, we can win. So, I'm providing you a tool here that you can use to organize in this direction, specifically to oppose the forces that are trying to remove vaccines from children. So, let's save some lives and organize in this direction. Let's get rid of RFK Jr. Let's do it. And if you got anything out of this, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words generally help more in the algorithm for whatever reason. So just a useful piece of info there. And also, please consider organizing, not just with Stand Up for Science, but also with your local DSA, and radicalize your local Dems. Kick out those corporatists who are ruining our push for Medicare for all, and who are trying to compromise the vision for a better America in the future. So, folks, let's get to work, huh?
I'm type 1 diabetic and autistic. My healthcare went up after the 2024 election. F MAGA, F MAGA.
Yeah, and Attack on Pawnee Productions, like, everyone's health insurance is going up. Mine went up, I think, a couple $100s, and I feel lucky. Like, I feel lucky that I'm only being charged, like, a couple $1,000s more for healthcare next year. But I know people whose health insurance went up, like, 6 or 7 times what they were paying last year. It's absolutely ludicrous. And the only reason it's happening is because the Trump administration enabled it. So we need to organize. Fuck MAGA and fuck Maha as well. So folks, one last thing. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and it's non-tuck lingerie. And check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. God. I saw somebody earlier ask me about the Pepe emotes, and I use them because, one, I think they're cute, and two, I'll be damned before I let Nazis take a cute little frog made by somebody who just wanted to make comics about how lovely life is. And fuck Nazis, and they can take him from my cold dead hands. There we go. Yeah, like I'm not yeeting this cute little guy into a volcano because Nazis want to say he's evil. Like, nah, fuck Nazis. Like my my basic stance is fuck Nazis. Yeah. Not that way. Stop it. Did I miss the pets? No, we did pets yesterday, but not today. Also, I just want to say it's largely been a very successful endeavor to reclaim him. In my opinion. But you know what? You know what you can tell Nazis? Just as an FYI, high fives are gay. Did you know that?
If no kings prove anything, it's one that fascism will never win and two frogs are against fascism and by extension Nazis.
It's true. I wore my frog costume out to No Kings, and it was genuinely a huge hit. I got to dance with so many kids and like pose for pictures with so many with so many elderly people. This one guy who is like in his late 80s and with a walker really wanted a picture with me, and the person who went out with him to just like help him move around like asked me to like stop and take a picture, which was really helpful because it's really hard to hear and see in those things. So having somebody like tap my inflated frog shoulder to let me know was really useful. You wore an axolotl costume to yours? Hell yeah, Attack on Pony Productions. Let's go! Have you seen the documentary Feels Good, Man? I have not. I've seen the trailer and I am aware of it though. Yeah, Pepe's creator like literally made a comic killing him. So, you know, I think that's sad, but I don't really see a reason why I should give up something that I think is good because Nazis lay claim to it. Nazis will, by the way, try and weaponize anything like that so that they can just claim more and more things. All right. The movie interviews the creator and directly addresses what you're talking about. You'll happily show it in the server whenever. Go for it. I missed the Pepe art streams. We'll do another Pepe art stream. It's just I need to have time. I need to have like time to organize. Fundraising streams and doing Pepe art is really fun. For those of you who don't know, anytime I've done a fundraising stream, the last one we did was for the PCRF. For different donation incentives, I Photoshop pictures of Pepe. Here's one of the first ones I did, actually. You know, it's just like little famous pieces of art with him edited in, and I just think it's really cute. But we have a whole bunch of them. Where is he? God, I'll show it again. You know, I think that's cute. I think that's cute as hell. For years I've had it hung up you know, like right above my workstation so I can see it because I like it a lot. But we've done a whole bunch. Let me pull that up real quick. Peepo art. Here we go. Come on. Here we go. Yeah. All right. This is a good way to get a taste. You know, we've edited people into a lot of things. You know, just a silly little goof. See, made a little snowman. It's a little Christmas themed one. Just a handy little friend. Oh, Amber Brain's part of it is because the walls down here, a lot of them are cement. So I've been trying to get the right stuff to hang them up. You know? I think he's a silly little guy. I think it's fun. I don't know. And if me editing this silly little guy into different causes that Nazis would never in a million years support, I think that's wonderful. This one's great. Look, I don't know, but if this raises $500 for children, yeah, I'm happy to do it. Look, they got married. They got married in the park. Ban it. All right.
Nude femboy rat Pepe just as a possibility.
Okay, well, you can say that possibly. I can't make that. And I can't make that. I can, however, take a famous work of art and poorly Photoshop a Pepe into it. You know, like I think I can do this. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. How y'all doing? Welcome, what you can do. Oh, I like this one. Salmon Moose suggested this. This is a piece of art from an underground queer bar in Nazi Germany. You know, that existed in resistance to the Nazi regime. And you know, I think this is lovely. You know, let's throw Peepo in there. Let's do it. Hell yeah. someone snitching on St. Anthony. I don't know. Look, I think it's fun. The mug art is great. Thank you. All right. Oh, talking about the John Oliver bit. I need to catch up on John Oliver. I'm so out of the loop. I haven't been able to watch like television straight through in a while. This one's a classic too. This one makes conservatives mad. I'm glad my comment on people art this derailed stream in this way. Hell yeah, Matt at the Yahoo. This one's an all-time great. We have it we have it as an emote on the Riverboat site. There you go. God. Paladin kept making me do bad conservative art with people in the background for a while. Fucking sucked. But I think this is fun. The suspicious Pepe. Or this one. The sleepy time people. People was there. Was traumatized. I forgot about this one. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. I can't. It's so good. It's it's so good. This one is one of my favorites by far. It's so fucking silly. This one's for all of you olds out there. What is that? Oh, it's it's Wing Commander 3's box art. Heart of the Tiger. God, I should play Wing Commander on stream sometime. Malcolm McDowell, is that you? Yeah, Malcolm McDowell was inexplicably in Wing Commander 3. I love it and hate it and love it at the same time. Birth of Venus, Peepo? Yeah, there is a Birth of Venus, Peepo. That has happened. just a little guy. Look, he just wants to give flowers to the pretty lady. Just some flowers for the pretty lady. I want original Mega Man box art with Peepo. See, this is you guys spitting out these ideas. This is why it makes it a really good way to raise money for, worthy causes. Um All right. Okay. Moving that over. Okay. We have one more segment, then we're gonna get to Epstein stuff, okay? You guys ready? Now, before we get too much deeper, we've been going for about 2 hours and I haven't made the call yet. If you're enjoying the stream, give it a like, especially on YouTube. Hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and consider supporting the stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys are the #1 sponsor of my stream, and by #1 I mean the only sponsor of my stream, so please consider supporting because you guys make it possible. So without further ado, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click Oof. Did my civic duty for the night by clicking the goddamn button. Hell yeah. K Serafita, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Very much appreciated. And I tapped instead of clicked. It's open to interpretation, but that'll do. That'll do, chatter. Tap that butt. I done already clicked the button. This song has Pavloved me with great success. Yes. Good job, Jazz Dog. For months, I walked the factory floor listening to that song when it came on and busting a move. Fuck Night Shift. Hell yeah, admin. And also fuck Night Shift. The bass line is incredible. It's genuinely amazing. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. Organizing a thought and a tab. And are you guys ready? Y'all ready? We're not quite doing Epstein stuff yet. That's one segment beyond where we are now. Here we go. So, folks, when I say Donald Trump is cooked, I know a lot of folks go, he's gonna be our eternal leader. And they're either saying that because they're doomers or because they're deep in the MAGA brain cult. And I gotta just tell you guys, as someone who, I think I do a passably good political analysis stream and videos, looking at the playing field currently, as it were, I don't think that Republicans in general really appreciate how cooked Donald Trump is at the moment. And I say that because of all people, Quigley,
I
thank you for
love
the $5
night
super chat.
shifts. I get off at 11:45 and I can wake up whenever I want. Beats getting up at 6:30 a.m.
It's true. I'm also a night owl, as many of you know by just watching my stream. But of all the people who I would predict would come out in favor of taxing the rich, one of the last guys on that list just came out in favor of taxing the rich, and his name is Mitt Romney. This threw me for a goddamn loop, everyone. Mitt Romney is an extraordinarily wealthy Republican, and when Mitt Romney is coming out in the New York Times advocating for taxing the wealthy, down has become up and up has become down. Our world is flipped, right? This guy literally ran to be president of the United States on the Republican ticket. So we're in some truly uncharted territory here. What the fuck is happening? Exactly, guys. So we're going to take a look here. In 2012, political ads suggested that some of my policy proposals, if enacted... Yeah, guys, also, he only ran for president 13 years ago. 13 years ago, he ran for president, and now he's coming out here saying tax the rich. This is a weird timeline. It really is. Bill Kristol's out here saying abolish ICE. Mitt Romney's out here saying tax the rich. Like, this is an erosion of Republican power and Republican position that I have never seen the like of. This is like political brain rot. It really is. In 2012, political ads suggested that some of my policy proposals, if enacted, would amount to pushing grandma off a cliff. Actually, my proposals were intended to prevent that very thing from happening. Today, all of us, including our grandmas, truly are headed for a cliff. If, as projected, the Social Security Trust Fund runs out in the 2034 fiscal year, benefits will be cut by about 23%. The government will need trillions of dollars to make up the shortfall. When lenders refuse to provide the money unless they are paid much higher interest rates, economic calamity will almost certainly ensue. Alternatively, the government could print more money, inducing hyperinflation that devalues the national debt, along with your savings. Typically, Democrats insist on higher taxes and Republicans insist on lower spending, but given the magnitude of our national debt as well as the proximity of the cliff, both are necessary. Doge took a slash-and-burn approach to budget cutting and failed spectacularly. Europe demonstrates that exorbitant taxes without spending restraint crashes economic vitality and thus speeds how fast the cliff arrives. Now, so far this is interesting, and I do want to say that I think that this is less Mitt Romney changing his mind and more Mitt Romney reading the tea leaves, as it were, and understanding the need to try, from his perspective, to kind of try and head off a conversation that would be very inconvenient for him. Now, he's talking about the ability for Social Security to remain solvent. And he's saying, oh, well, mate, let me back up. There's a very easy way for Social Security to remain solvent, basically indefinitely. And it's to remove the cap on taxing the wealthy. And this might be what he talks about in this. I haven't read the article yet. We're reacting to it live, right? If you remove the cap on Social Security, that means that billionaires continue to have to pay a portion of their income into the Social Security net. Because right now, it's capped at something like $160,000 some dollars. Like, if your income is above $160,000, you stop having to pay into Social Security any more than someone who is making $160,000. So, for example, Elon Musk, somebody who makes billions of dollars every year, pays the same into Social Security as somebody who makes $160,000 per year. And I know that the amount is probably not $160,000, but the same logic applies to whatever the number is. And some folks advocate for bumping that number up to like 200,000, but like let's just do some real talk. We should get rid of that cap entirely. Entirely. Okay? So let's see exactly which tactic Mitt Romney is going for here. I'm interested. Like, genuinely. Because a lot of folks are like, well, we need to raise the age. Well, wait. A lot of Republicans say we need to raise the age of when you can get your Social Security. 176,000. Thank you, the Finn Rainbow. Some people are like, well, instead of raising the cap or eliminating the cap, let's just raise the age. So you have to, you can only get your retirement benefits when you're 70 or something like that. Why is there a cap in the first place? To protect wealthy people, so that wealthy people don't have to pay their fair share. That full stop. That is why. Didn't Trump already get rid of that cap in the big ugly bill? No. Because Trump wants to protect the wealth of the wealthy, and that cap is what protects the wealth of the wealthy from paying into Social Security. Are you suddenly not part of society when you have enough zeros? Billionaires certainly seem to think so. So either they go for raising the age or they go for cutting benefits. So let's see which direction Mitt Romney goes. On the spending cut front, only entitlement reform would make a meaningful difference, since programs such as Social Security and Medicare represent the majority of government outlays. No one countenances cutting benefits for current or near retirees, but Social Security and Medicare benefits for future retirees should be means-tested, need-based, that is to say, and the starting age for entitlements should be linked to American life expectancy. Okay. All right. So let's just be clear. Mitt Romney's not turning over a new leaf. When he says, well, it needs to be means tested so that only the deserving get their Social Security benefits they paid into.
To be fair
It's
to
bullshit.
Romney, never thought I'd say that. He was a rich wad, but was probably the last Republican senator with principles. He was dumb and wrong, but I always thought he believed his own crap.
Oh yeah, no. Mitt Romney absolutely believes his own shit. Like, I agree with you there, Pluvius. He was the last, presidential candidate who genuinely believed what he was talking about, at least as far as Republicans go. On the tax front, it's time for rich people like me to pay more. A roughly 17% average tariff rate helps the revenue math. Doubling it, oh my god! Okay, wait. Wait, what? Okay. All right. I didn't expect him to be like, yes, tariffs are the answer. Our roughly 70% average tariff rate helps the revenue math. Doubling it, which seemed possible shortly after Liberation Day, would further burden lower and middle income families and would have severe market consequences. I long opposed increasing the income level on which FICA employment taxes are applied. This year, the cap is 176,100. No longer, the consequences of the cliff have changed my mind. The largest source of additional tax revenues is also probably the most compelling for fairness and social stability. Some call it closing tax code loopholes, but the term loopholes grossly underestimates their scale. Caverns or caves would be more fitting. Consider, for example, the cavern of the capital gains tax treatment at death as for those with enormous estates. Let's look at a hypothetical scenario using Elon Musk as a proxy. If he had originally purchased his Tesla with, say, $1 billion and held it until his death, and if it were worth more than $500 billion, he would never pay the 24% federal capital gains tax on the $499 billion profit. Why? Because under the tax code, capital gains are not taxed at death. The tax code provision, known as step up in basis, means that when Mr. Musk's heirs get his stock, they are treated as if they purchased it for the $500 billion. So no one pays taxes on the $499 billion capital gain ever. Okay, wait. All right. So I don't think that the tariff rate helps with the revenue math. I don't think if you do more tariffs that helps at all. I do agree with him that it would disproportionately harm the incomes of lower and middle income folks because, yeah, $5 to someone who's poor is exponentially more impactful than $5 to a billionaire. Um, Obviously. So tariff price increases hit people lower on the economic scale much harder. Also, so he is saying he opposed increasing the income level on which FICA employment taxes are applied. That's the yes.
Correct me if I am wrong, but wouldn't significant and long-lasting tariffs stall the economy and basically send us into freefall?
I mean, yes. I mean, not necessarily into free fall, but they don't help the economy do better. Like the entire point of a tariff is as a essentially like a protectionist shield that can then, if you invest in domestic industry, allow you to build up, like, say, domestic manufacturing capacity. Like you can, if you put a tariff on widgets and you invest and into like the widget manufacturing industry with like tax credits and incentivize the building of widget factories, then conceivably over time that would build up manufacturing capacity here, and then you'd be able to eliminate the tariff once you have a competitive ability to manufacture widgets. But Donald Trump hasn't done that. So basically just sweeping tariffs only damage our economy, and there's no incentive to build here beyond the stick of the tariff. And so everyone thinks that, again, rather than invest in building manufacturing capacity in the US, just wait until there's a new president in power who removes the tariffs. God. He is also correct that the death tax, or lack thereof, rather, is bullshit. So, yes. This unusual provision makes sense when you're talking about helping families keep their family farms, but it's used by billionaires to avoid capital gains taxes. In order to raise more revenue, this cavern should be sealed for mega estates over $100 million. I mean, wait, I think we could even lower that. Like, you could lower that to like $20 million, man. You could lower that to like $10 million. 100 million seems extraordinarily generous. Because let me put it this way. If someone has an estate worth $1/10 billion, they don't have to worry about how much the taxes are. They're still going to be wealthier than most people could ever dream of being by the time they pay their fair share. God. Sealing the real estate caverns would also raise more revenue. 1031 exchanges allow a real estate developer to defer and possibly avoid paying the capital gains tax on the profitable sale of a building. Depreciating the purchase price of a building, including the debt, shields income from taxes. As with the previous example, hugely profitable real estate properties held at death are not subject to the capital gains tax. I presume these provisions were originally intended to stimulate the real estate industry. Today, they insulate multi-billionaires. True. There are more loopholes in caverns to be explored and sealed for the very wealthy, including state and local tax deductions, the tax rate on carried interest, and charity limits on the largest estates at death. It's not that the rich in these cases are cheating the government, they are playing by the rules. But given the potential peril ahead, we need to follow the Willie Sutton rule, go where the money is. I believe in free enterprise. I believe all Americans should be able to strive for financial success. We've reached a point where any mix of solutions to our nation's economic problems is going to involve the wealthiest Americans contributing more. And this right here is just genuinely an insane thing to read from Mitt Romney.
This sounds like what someone with a helicopter pad on their roof would say, haha reference.
It does, though. Like, it genuinely does. But the thing is, Mitt Romney is looking around at the state of the American economy and the state of American politics and is going, guys, we gotta pay more taxes, guys. It's like he's going outside and seeing that there's like a pitchfork factory on one side of the street and a torch factory on the other side of the street, and they're both doing extraordinarily well. And he's just sweating between the two on his massive estate. And it's like, yeah, he's like, guys, they're gonna eat us. We need to pay taxes. Like, that's the thing a lot of wealthy people in America have kind of forgotten. Like, these billionaires and 100 millionaires, etc. Like, they've kind of forgotten that the reason rich people pay taxes and try to maintain society is in part so that the masses of people who are impoverished don't finally just say, fuck it, we ball, and then do what they gotta do to survive. Like, there is a reason why in the past, you know, your ultra rich robber barons, people so rich and so ruthless at business, they were called robber barons. Invested in community projects and invested in libraries and invested in like different areas. And it was partially to flatter their own egos, but it was also so that there was a tangible thing in the community that working class people could point to and say, that's improving our lives, right? And our modern day robber barons, they ain't doing that. Instead, they're opting to try and buy our government and turn it into a fascist, despotic government that will try and crush us. They're trying to co-opt the power of our military, the power of our police state, and use it to destroy us. Essentially, to squash out any dissent. This is what big tech CEOs are trying to do. This is why Peter Thiel is trying to push for the United States to annex Greenland. This is why you have all of these network city states that these billionaires are trying to build. Another guy from a crypto billionaire is trying to buy up an island in the Caribbean to set up a network state. This is why Donald Trump and the Trump administration were propping up an opposition leader in Honduras because they wanted to help out the investment into Prospera, which is one of those network states. Like, instead of trying to improve society somewhat so that, you know, the people don't, like, lose their shit, they're just trying to escape. It's why Elon Musk is, like, trying to go to Mars, and, like, Jeff Bezos is building rocket ships, and, like, they're all just trying to get away from us or destroy us. You know? Did they learn nothing from the story of Cryptoland? Did they learn nothing from Bitcoin?
But billionaires are improving our lives by getting us to Mars and selling us shitty chrome dumpsters while hollowing out the government.
Yeah, it makes my life so much better when I have to see AI shoved into everything. Man, I love trying to use autocorrect on my phone these days, only to have it continuously try to correct to a word that has no contextual purpose for being there. But okay. Of course, a much faster growing economy would save us from the debt cliff. This truism has long rationalized politicians' failure to act. Faster growth, promised with tax cuts, is another is always just around the corner, but that corner never arrives. Yes, taxes can slow growth, but most of the measures I propose would have a relatively small impact on economic growth. If my party wants to be the one that to give working and middle-class Americans greater opportunity, it's not the party that wants to do that. Republicans have never been the party that wants to do that. To be the party that is trying to restore some sense of confidence in our capitalist system, they're not trying to do that. Because our capitalist system has led to the Republicans being bought and paid for. And also the Democrats being bought and paid for, just to a slightly lesser degree. And if you want to get involved kicking your corrupt corporate Democrats out of office, you got to start organizing locally. And folks, we got people in this community that can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help radicalizing your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing and making your local DSA more effective. We have folks that can help you do these things. Make use of them, okay? They're happy to do it. And Dragonfly has been working on radicalizing her local Dems for years with some great results. Gamergy has been working on making DSA more and more effective all over the place in Indiana and Minnesota. Folks, you can do it too, all right? And the reason I say DSA in your local Dems, guess what? If you feel alone in your local Dems, your local DSA can be a base of support that you can turn to help organize and oust corporate Dems in your local Democratic Party. We don't have to put up with Democrats who are bought and paid for by local magnates or business owners. We don't have to put up with state level reps who are bought and paid for. We don't have to put up with that shit. But what that does mean is if we are done putting up with it, we got to organize. So get started today. We got the tools to get you started. And let's finish this up here, huh? All right. It would help us to avoid the cliff ahead and might tend to quiet some of the anger that will surely grow as unemployed college graduates see tax-advantaged multi-billionaires sailing 300-foot yachts. See, this is... He knows. He knows. Guys. I was like... No, he literally, he's seen the Pitchfork Factory doing gangbusters. He's seen the Torch Factory doing gangbusters, and he's like, guys, the unemployed college students are they're buying a lot of pitchforks out there, guys. Hey, maybe we need to pay more taxes. Yeah, he peeking out the window. He's got the blinds open a little bit. And that's just how it ends. Mitt Romney was governor of Massachusetts from 2003 to 2007 and the 2012 Republican presidential nominee. Just like, goddamn, dude. It's crazy. So, it's the anti-revolution tax. And in the past, rich dipshits were at least taught about the threat of revolution. The threat of if people in an economy do worse and worse and worse, they eventually hit rock bottom and have nothing to lose, right? I was so unbelievably mad today. I needed to edit a Word doc on my phone, but they changed office.com to be AI and didn't add an easy way to open Word on the web. Oh, God. Paladin, that is literally my nightmare. Wasn't Obamacare modeled on Romneycare? Yes! The entire Obamacare system that Republicans hate so much that they have voted hundreds of times to try and remove it was originally piloted by Mitt Romney in Massachusetts when he was governor, and it was written by the Heritage Foundation. It was written by conservatives, by a conservative think tank for Mitt Romney. And then, as an olive branch to conservatives, Obama introduced that plan as the Affordable Care Act. And rather than being like, yes, what a measured bipartisan approach, Republicans universally just labeled it Obamacare and said it was the devil incarnate. And it is also, by the way, why Republicans have not been able to come up with any kind of alternative healthcare plan. It's because they already developed a healthcare plan, and it is the Affordable Care Act. Right? Like, their only alternative is no one gets healthcare, or healthcare gets more expensive. And both of those things are basically untenable political positions, and they know it, which is why, despite, a decade of Obamacare, they haven't been able to come up with anything else. They just keep saying they have concepts of a plan. And it's funny, but when we all start organizing because of the atrocities of this Trump administration and the previous Trump administration and the failures of the Biden administration, when we start organizing, it makes it easier for us to point out Republicans don't have anything, and this current system isn't working, and that's why we need Medicare for all. So, folks, get organizing today. Radicalize your local Dems with calls for Medicare for all. Make your local DSA more effective. Make it effective like the New York DSA. And folks, if you got anything out of this segment, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and leave a comment. Comments really, really help in the algorithm over on YouTube, and comments longer than 8 words, for whatever reason, help even more. So please leave a comment if you've gotten thoughts. Let me know in the comments. And finally, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. It is non-tucking lingerie. And we tested it on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Everyone who has tried it seems to find it extremely comfortable and fashionable. So please check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo, and let's keep on going. Organize, unionize, revolt. Indeed, indeed, indeed. How we all doing, folks? Did you test it on furries, or is that too close to animal testing? I don't know whether the people who were posting pictures in it online were furries or not. All I can say is that a few of the people that were posting it online looked very good in it. All right. Healthcare not enough, UBI not enough, food, housing, transportation, we must demand more. Agreed, Pink MF. But I'll settle for a start. Everything begins with one step, so let's take that first step. Oof. All right. Folks, you guys ready? Just as a little palate cleanser, I know it hasn't even been an hour yet. It's been 25 minutes. But click the goddamn button. Howdy, Banana Brains. Just a few segments. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Click click button. Hell yeah. All right. Had someone tell me once humans are animals. I mean, humans are animals. It just definitionally. Came here for the commentary, stayed for the music. Hell yeah. Credit goes to Jazz Dog, our resident revolution bard. And we also gotta give a shout out to Sweet Myths, one of the other musicians that supports the stream. Go check out Sweet Myths. Go check out Jazz Dog. And also, Ponderous Nerve. That's cool. I'm in Canada. My cousin is running for the NDP in Alberta to become a member of the Legislative Assembly. He met his husband out there. So cute. Hell yeah. Best of luck. Best of luck to your relative. What if I click A button? Huh. 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 Remember when I said yesterday I was going to be able to, like, play video games on today's stream? All right. Okay. Let me just say... Yeah, here we go. I needed these 2 charts. Cool. No Claire Obscure today? I mean, maybe we will late, but we'll see. Yo! Salmon Moose! Salmon
I stayed
Moose!
for the music. Mute toot. MUTETOOT.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you for making helping to make stream possible. And folks, as you all know, our December tradition states that 10 subs or their monetary equivalent or 10 memberships on YouTube mandates during the month of December Our Lady of Toots. Here we go. Where am I in Claire Obscure? I just started Act 2. Or, no. Act 3. I think. I fought the Paintress. Blessed be the gifter. I am one with the Toots, and the Toots are with me. Which benefits you more when just lurking? YouTube. I don't get paid any ad revenue off of Twitch because I do politics, so Twitch pays me literally maybe 1 cent a month for ads. Javier Valenzuela!
Sorry, your video is slow.
Also, you may pay $5 or subscribe or gift a sub or a membership to speed it up or slow it down. Mute or toot. Mute or toot. Chat, which are you? Are you a muter or a tutor? T-Life, enjoy it in my name. So sad when the holidays are over, we can't play this song anymore. It's true. It's true. But also, the best part about this tradition is that you all forget about it until next year. Hell yeah. 773 toots. Okay, want clarification from Claire Obscure. When you learn a Picto, you can equip it onto anyone using Lumina points. And is there a limit to how many? There is no limit except for how many Lumina points your character has. You can equip each one once to one character, but once you learn it, all characters can equip it using the Lumina points. I didn't forget. I saved all year for it. Fuck yeah. If there's a playback option to reverse the video, well, there is an obscure legend that talks about the ability to multi-toot, the donation of a sum so large that you can then request all of them to be played simultaneously. But to date, only Paladin Lost has ever managed to summon that many toots. Nobody counts my toots but me. Mariah Carey will go back into cryo for another year. Indeed. A Claire obscure legend? Ah, you get it. If you grind for colors of Lumina, you can just have like 600 Lumina points for each character. True! Oh, okay, so it's angels playing trumpets level of horrifying. It is kind of a be not afraid moment. You know what I'm saying? Took me 20 years of painstaking research and personal training into Tucci in order to achieve that level of mastery. Cheers to you, Paladin. Be more afraid. God. No George Michael Last Christmas trumpet? Nah. We don't worship the heretic here. God. All right. Are you guys ready for our Epstein segment? Jack, I'm so here for it. Fuck yeah. There are no gods, but trombone and Mariah is its prophet. All right, here we go. Is George Michael being a heretic a meme, or is there lore I'm missing? Yes. Okay. Also, just real quick. Generally speaking, there's a 50-50 chance when I say something like that. It is either lore we have previously established on stream, or I'm just pulling it out of my ass, but chat will remember it forever. You know, like like with the rat men, you know, the rat men that live below New York City. Every single time you guys ask me questions about the rat men, almost every single time I'm bullshitting, but you guys remember the bullshit, and then it becomes the lore. Yeah, remember that time I tried to show you guys how people will personify anything, and I made the poorly worded choice to name a character Dr. Softhole? And I took off my scrunchie and I was like, this is Dr. Softhole. And then I threw Dr. Softhole away, never to be seen again, because Dr. Softhole was thrown to her demise. And now you guys still say rip Dr. Softhole all the time in chat. It's like that. Dr. Softhole was never intended to be stream lore, and yet here we are. Dr. Softhole is an LGBT ally and fashionista. Sorry, was. Oh, God. You guys are just so silly. I just nearly sprayed my drink all over my desk. Yeah, inadvertently, my example was too successful. Lol, I'm new. I know! That's the thing. So many assumed Dr. Softhole was a male. It's true! So many of you revealed your latent sexism. Dr. Softhole is the ghost trying to steal Jack's bones? No, the ghost predated Dr. Softhole. The dono ghost tries to steal my bones, and the only thing that prevents it from stealing my bones are donos. This is the first stream I caught, but I'ma just remember Dr. Softhole forever. Oh god. I'm so sorry that this is the first stream you're catching. But, you know, the world is ridiculous and silly. So am I. And, you know, I do my best to still provide decent analysis despite the silliness. 2 million years ago, there was a war in heaven. The heretic and his group of rebels, called WHAM, attempted to rebel against the Holy Toot. They managed to break the first seal, and the trombone wailed. There was much suffering, but an avatar of the Holy Toot was brought amongst the people. The heretic, George Michael, was cast low, but humanity was allowed to touch divinity for the first time. Oh god. Paladin, that's some good scripture right there. Somebody's been reading their holy book. Yeah, many of you do not remember the day we looked up the Dill Burrito lore. You guys missed out. One of these days, one of you guys is gonna make the Riverboat Jack wiki so that we can keep all the lore, you know, canonically accurate. Oh god, fuck. I forgot about Dill Dog. Guys, I forgot about Dill Dog. I remember the Dill Burrito, but I forgot Dill Dog. Guys. Okay, so Scott Adams obviously has gone absolutely fucking crazy and racist and conservative as he's gotten older. But one of the things I found out about the guy who made the Dilbert comics is that originally the character he wanted to call that he went on to call Dilbert, he originally pitched the character as a guy as a dog named Dill Dog. And I can't unknow that despite my best efforts. His burrito was so bad that people said it tasted like a multivitamin. Scott Adams is dying. So are all of us. Dmitry Nyet Russian? I don't know. Look, I have no connection to Dmitry Nyet Russian. The only person I'm connected to, same way I'm connected to all of you, is Grigor Nyet Russian. All right? Grigor Nyet Russian is a well-meaning Texan American who likes to watch the Riverboat Jack stream from time to time. All right? Dmitry, I don't know that guy. I used to love the Dilbert comic as a kid until I learned about the author. Yeah, same. Yeah, from Texas Oblast. All right. I'm getting in. I'm gonna do the segment now. We gotta talk about the Epstein files. It's like what all of you are here to do. All right, here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the events of today. And that is, of course, and that basically sums it up. So I hope you all followed that. It was the only time I'm going to be explaining that in great detail. And you know, I think it covers it. Oh wait, okay. I'm seeing a lot of you guys aren't getting it. Okay, I'll try and maybe more carefully reword what I said. Okay? Donald Trump isn't doing super great. He's in a particularly vulnerable position. And well, I want to show that to you in a couple graphs. Okay? These are, opinion polls over time. So, Trump has gone from being the economy has gone from being Trump's best to worst issue, right? And the cost of living is rock bottom. He only guys, I've never seen Donald Trump fall below 33% on anything. He's below 33% on cost of living. It's genuinely crazy. He's at 27%. That's wild. Now, you can see here his best issue was still polling at 44% in 2017. But now we're at 33% on, again, the thing that Republicans are traditionally associated with being, more widely regarded as good at. And this flailing on the economy seems, of course, at first glance to be unrelated to the Epstein files, right? However, let's take a look at, maybe more importantly, who are Americans blaming the bad economy on? Well, should come as no surprise that the majority of Americans think that Trump's policies are making the American economy worse. Despite the fact that Donald Trump is continuously trying to say, oh, it was Biden, it was Biden, it was Biden. That's not working. Despite the fact that Donald Trump just put together a gigantic press conference to say, no, guys, the economy is actually great. Affordability, it's a hoax. No, guys, everything's great. Please, don't believe your wallets. Don't believe your bank accounts. Everything's fine. People aren't buying it. Okay? And that brings us to where we are right now, which is that Donald Trump, in a very uniquely vulnerable position, has been brought to a precipice. The Epstein files. And, well, we were all kind of wondering how today was gonna go. And I gotta say, I think that possibly we've got the worst case scenario on our hands for Donald Trump. And what I mean by that is they only released some of the Epstein files today in violation of the law passed by Congress and signed into law by Donald Trump. And that's bad enough, right? That they only released some, but they also only released mostly documents that were already publicly available. We were told that they were going to release hundreds of thousands of documents. Most of those documents we already know about. Some we don't, of course. But, well, guys, this is where we were going into today. This video, it was posted yesterday, December 18th, right? This is from Aiden Ross. Now, for those of you who don't know, Aiden Ross is a conservative content creator. He's very Nazi adjacent, we'll say, but he also likes to interview UFC guys. Here he is talking to a UFC guy by the name of Sean Strickland. I just want you guys to watch this.
I want to see you fight the White House.
That'd be dope, dude.
I would love for you to fight the White House.
Some guy fought and he said that he doesn't really want to fight in front of billionaires, and I do understand that. And I was like, that makes sense, bro. So I think I'd want to do the White House. Yeah, if there was some kind of like inclusion for like
No, he
fans.
just- yeah.
So if there was some kind of inclusion for fans, it'd be more. But like, you know, just to go hang out the fucking Epstein list, I'm good, dog. I'm good, dude.
I want to see.
When you've got UFC guys on conservative Nazi adjacent streams going, nah, I'm good. I don't want to go hang out. I don't want to go hang out with the Epstein list. Well, that's where we were going into today. Right? That's where conservatives were going into today, rather. Well, guess what, folks? We didn't get the Epstein files released. Here's Ro Khanna summing up kind of where we're at the moment and where things could go in the future. And by the way, it's also co-signed by Thomas Massie. This is going to be a bipartisan push, guys, for the release of the Epstein files. Because again, for the exact same reason that every single Republican in the House, minus one, voted to release the Epstein files. And it's because not a single one of them wants to be known as the guy who went to bat for a pedophile. Okay? So let's see what Ro Khanna has to say here.
The Justice Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply with Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a federal judge ordering them to release that document. And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment that implicates other rich and powerful men who were on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months. She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massie and I are exploring all options. It can be the impeachment of people at justice, inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand the full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at, right? There could be, and keep in mind,
the Justice Department's
Shh. We just heard you. Shh, shh. So folks, what this means is if, again, you have a push in Congress for some kind of accountability here that is bipartisan, you're going to have a lot of Congress people under a lot of pressure to act on it. Like, this is one of those things where they broke with Trump before, and it's going to be easier to break with Trump now when Donald Trump is even weaker than he was a couple months ago or a month ago. So what I'm trying to say here is Donald Trump is nosediving when it comes to all of his main issues. He's nosediving when it comes to his general support. He is at one of the least popular moments he has ever been at. And now, instead of just fully complying and releasing the documents, the Justice Department is trying to play games and say, oh, well, we'll release the rest of them later, and also not explaining their redactions, redacting entire documents that have been required specifically, not just by Congress, but by a judge for them to release. And we're having a moment here because we're also having folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, reading the wind and seeing which way it's blowing and saying, I don't want to have any part of the midterms as a Republican right now. That's why she got out. You're having Republicans in Congress saying, "Oh, I'm not going to seek re-election. I'm out." They've seen how the special elections have been going. They know how it's going to go. And one of the things I wanted to talk about here is that in addition to all of this, right, you also have folks like Elise Stefanik, who was just running to be governor of New York. She like just launched her campaign like a month or so ago, and she's a member of Congress. Her entire campaign was derailed by Donald Trump cozying up to Zoran Mamdani and like being completely dog walked by that man into basically saying, no, actually Zoran Mamdani is great. I would feel super comfortable living in New York City under Zoran Mamdani. And like Elise Stefanik was like number one on the list of people who like invested heavily in attack ads against Zoran Mamdani. And at this point, Elise Stefanik has said, I'm out. And I'm not just out of like the governor race, I'm out of Congress. While spending precious time with my family this Christmas season, I've made the decision to suspend my campaign for governor and will not seek re-election to Congress. I did not come to this decision lightly for our family. And I want to say, yeah, she didn't come to this decision lightly because she had huge ambitions and they all crashed down around her because of Donald Trump and this administration. She's getting out of Dodge so that she can try again after the Republican Party has obliterated itself, essentially. And I want you guys to understand here that Donald Trump is not operating from a position of power, and the Republican Party is breaking apart. Like, there have been calls and like meetings behind closed doors about removing Speaker Mike Johnson in the Republican Party in Congress. Like, they are not united at all. And the one thing that is going to unite them is some level of self-interest. Because up till now, they've all fallen in line behind Donald Trump because his cult of personality was that strong. But we saw in the previous Epstein vote that power is waning and cracking. And we see in the desperation of him trying to steal from troops to pay troops, that's desperation. When we take a look around, like the Affordable Care Act subsidies going away is another example of like how they are weak. Republicans are seeing their health insurance costs for next year and they're panicking. So all of these members of Congress have an enormous amount of pressure from their constituents in order to, provide for them. And especially on this issue. Especially on the issue of Epstein, right? Because Jeffrey Epstein is basically their great Satan. Like, there's not very many things that unite all of the propaganda channels, all of the propaganda networks of the GOP, right? Like, if you look at on YouTube at all of the conservative content creators out there, what you see by and large are conspiracy theorists. People who are just like trying to, yarn work and corkboard it to like figure out what kind of secret plan the aliens are up to with the frogmen and the ratmen and all that jazz. They're out there just like completely losing it, right? Like, the big war in the Conservative Party right now is between essentially Nazis, people who want to be openly anti-Semitic about their hatred of Jewish people, and like Christian theocrats who want to be a little bit more subtle about their hatred of Jewish people. again, if you know anything about the evangelical, like, nationalist movement, you'll understand that their support of the state of Israel only extends so far as they believe it will bring about the second coming of Christ, at which point Jews will be annihilated by God. So, like, again, these are the two main factions right now in the Republican Party. And the one thing that kind of unites all the conspiracy theorists and the bigots together is that they hate Jeffrey Epstein and pedophiles. Like, that's the big thing, right? And so, when you look at that, you need to understand that that leaves precious little wiggle room for conservatives in Congress to try and wiggle out of any kind of vote when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein. When they are put against the wall and they have to make their choice, they choose what they know their constituents want on this issue, and that is to release the Epstein files. And that is possibly also going to include keeping those who are keeping them hidden now, despite the act of Congress, held to account. So it'll be very interesting to see how this evolves in the coming days and hours, for sure. But, like, part of the law necessitated that they release, for example, a searchable database. The database, as it stands now, is not searchable. Here, I don't know if you guys can see that on screen. The Justice Department's website also contains a search function, though it is unclear if it's working properly. A query for Epstein returned no results. So, I mean, this law has been broken in a number of ways. I mean, just look at this. I hate to hand Jake Tapper a W, but look at this.
As much of this as possible.
Talk about blacking out. I don't know if I can get a close-up of my phone. This is one of the documents that the Justice Department released. It's 100 pages.
Right.
This is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see. It's all black. It's just 100 pages of redaction. That's the transparency we're getting here.
Right. And I'll point to as much of this.
I mean, like, I don't know that there could possibly be a worse outcome for the Trump administration on this one. Did they redact too close to the sun? Yeah, I think they did. Like, I think they did. Right? It's really, really astounding, but if the Trump administration thought that, like, delaying the release of these files or, you know, redacting them to hell was going to satisfy their base, if they saw Bill Clinton in a dress, like, no, this is going to infuriate the entire base.
First thing I'm searching if / when the search function works is Bubba.
We'll have to see, but, like, it's genuinely insane. You know, we were supposed to get hundreds of thousands of new documents. The only new documents in this dump are around 3,965 files. That's what we got. And this is going to infuriate the MAGA base. You know, it remains to be seen how MAGA influencers will treat this. If the past Jeffrey Epstein handling is anything to go by, a lot of them are going to try and be quiet or downplay this until the anger of their base moves them to take more definitive stances. But, like, this is nuts. Like, I'm sorry, if you are deeply invested into, like, the QAnon cult or, like, deeply invested into the release of the Epstein files, like, you're gonna be going absolutely bonkers with this. Because when you have nothing but redactions or significant redactions in these documents, what winds up happening is that the blank space made by the redactions gets filled in by the imaginations of conspiracy theorists. This is going to be so much worse for the Trump administration as a result. And yeah, it's going bonkers over there. Yeah, one of the redacted files containing 119 pages of entitled Grand Jury New York is entirely blacked out. The Justice Department went into federal court twice in Manhattan seeking the release of grand jury materials arising from the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his close associate Ghislaine Maxwell. Even though a judge agreed to the department's second request, it appears as if the grand jury materials remain shielded from the public. And again, any kind of even like I'm sorry, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I gotta wonder, oh, there's gotta be some damning shit in there. And any kind of conspiracy theorist is gonna go wild with that. Like absolutely hog wild. As normal people see it as a normal people see it as a cover up, but is MAGA world upset or are they making excuses? Oh, they're pretty mad. They're pretty mad, right? For example, here's an account I found titled Red Pill Czar. If anyone in MAGA defends Trump's heavily and illegally redacted partial dump of the Epstein files, you are complicit in covering up for pedophiles. He was only allowed to redact victim names, but instead 70% is redacted. Fuck Trump. I'm no longer MAGA and no longer support him. Like, they're very angry, to say the least. MAGA influencers are a little bit more loosey-goosey on it, I suppose one could say. But yeah, it's not looking super good for these folks. Let me see here. Where is this? Not there. Is it here? Here it is. This is the clip I wanted to play for you guys. You know, as usual, one of my bellwethers for how, your average everyday conservative is going to take this information is the internet's dumbest man, Asmongold. So let's just take a look at how he's reacting to a lot of this real quick.
Who's ready to see the Epstein files? I feel like Stevie Wonder. How about that, huh? Wow. Look at that. Now we finally know. It's good that they finally decided to tell us what the truth is, and we can finally have justice for these victims. Thank God for that, right, guys? Let's see, is there going to be anything here at all? Not a single one. There's no way there is not a single one. I really think that there needs to be a conversation about the fact that they said they didn't have these files. They're really, because remember whenever they said they didn't have them?
Yeah, it's almost like they're a bunch of liars and charlatans. Yeah, it's almost like that, isn't it? It's almost like every single time they get up to a microphone, they lie. It's shocking that the guy known for lying the most in office as president ever would tell lies.
Well, why? Yeah, like, what the fuck? If this was here, then how did you not know that? They don't exist? Exactly. Like, this is, and to me, like, obviously it's good that the files were revealed, but think about it like this. So, I don't ever think about stopping and getting mad at the cookies. I think about the cookie factory that makes the cookies. And yes, obviously it's good.
Why are you getting mad at cookies, bro? What cookies are enraging you? Okay, but yeah, go on.
That some of this information is now out and it's made public, but the problem is that the person that, basically hid this information from the public is still in a position of power. They're still, like, I mean, you don't know.
This man, by the way, just a couple days ago, posted a video titled, "This is Trump's best speech yet," about Donald Trump's incoherent, rambling attempt to self-fillet in front of the entire nation to try and salvage his terrible economic numbers. This is where one of his, like, top guys is on this issue.
what you don't know. So there's no way for us to be certain about what's still being reserved, what's being withheld, what's not being shown. Like, and so this is the problem that I have, is that the trust is broken and people don't know, like, why is it that you said you didn't have anything and there were no files?
Because they have something to hide.
But now there's a law and there's a bunch of files. There's 300,000 pages of files. It's relatively inaccurate. But I will tell you this.
Oh, good. He's getting his information from trustworthy journalists like Ian Miles Chong and Libs of TikTok. Again, this is how deep this man is conspiracy brained and like broken by conservative propaganda. And even he is putting it together that, oh, hey, wait a minute. They lied to us.
Anybody who's not taught any of these like right-wing, like, MAGA influencer people that are
like you, my guy,
not talking about the Epstein files.
Okay, you are talking about the Epstein files, though.
They're compromised.
They're compromised. I repeat, they are compromised. God.
They are the same thing as like those deranged leftists that keep saying that Ethan Klein was suing Casey Tron and Denims for because he hates.
Can I just say real quick, I do not give a fuck about any of this streamer drama.
Hates women. Like, these are two sides of the same coin. It's the same thing. It's just maybe one of them you agree with, so you're giving it a pass. They're totally compromised. This is a massive story. Everybody should be talking about this. If you're not, I think you've got a good fucking reason.
The world's dumbest man has the rarest of W's. Just an absolutely insane confluence of the stars to have him actually say accurate information. Now, of course, folks, we did still get some new information. And that little bit of confirmation on various parts of what was in the Epstein files, you can piece it together to make something a little bit more interesting, right? So, for example, one of the things that the Epstein files confirm so far is Maria Farmer's account. Because in 1996, Maria Farmer claimed that she went to the FBI and reported that Jeffrey Epstein was seeking out child pornography. And people have doubted her and have called her a liar and a gold digger and just vile, horrible things as a result of her coming forward with that story. And the FBI has been silent about it for literally decades now. And, well, the Epstein files do confirm that she did in fact go to the FBI with this claim about Jeffrey Epstein. And that's pretty interesting. And here she is talking with the Times. I've waited 30 years, she said. I can't believe it. They can't call me a liar anymore. Ms. Farmer said she was grateful to be vindicated, but heartbroken that the FBI did not take steps to stop Mr. Epstein until years after her report. They should be ashamed, Ms. Farmer said, adding, they harmed all of these little girls. That part devastates me. The FBI did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Of course. Now, one of the additional things that is interesting specifically about Maria Farmer's allegation about Jeffrey Epstein, and about that being confirmed, is that Maria Farmer is also one of the people who had a claim about Donald Trump. Here she is in about 4 months ago, recounting a story on CNN.
Is Maria Farmer, who says Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell sexually assaulted her. So she says she saw Trump at Epstein's office late at night in 1995. At the time, she was 25 years old. Epstein had just hired Farmer, who was an artist, to help him acquire art. Now, Farmer urged the FBI to look at Trump's connections to Epstein twice, in 1996 and again in 2006, which, of course, means Trump's name could very well be in those government files that the administration is refusing to release. Maria Farmer is now suing the government to try to get the unredacted files about the allegations she brought forward about Epstein. Now, President Trump has not been the target of any investigation related to Epstein, nor has he been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in this case. Maria Farmer is out front now for her first television interview, sharing her story since filing her lawsuit, and she is joined by her attorney, Jennifer Freeman. So thanks very much to both of you. And Maria, I want to give everyone a chance to understand exactly what happened here. I mean, you said that Jeffrey Epstein calls you to come to his office and you go, and then you're sitting there waiting.
Well, again, this interview is from 4 months ago, guys.
And Donald Trump walks in. What happened?
Yes. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having me on, Aaron. I really appreciate it, because I need to say up front that I've waited 3 decades to be able to even be heard about this, because the government has not held any of the people I reported accountable. And so basically the night before I went in, before I began working for Epstein, he called me at very late in the evening and asked me to come up to the Helmsley Palace offices. And I didn't even have money for a subway token. It's kind of embarrassing. So I had to go running up there. And so I told Epstein, I'll be up there. It'll probably take me until like 9. He's like, okay. So I get there and I'm waiting. It's dark. Like there's no light on in the offices. And I thought that was really weird. So I'm seated against the wall in the main part of the offices and just waiting for Epstein. And he says, I'll be out in a minute, you know, and he's got the door closed. And then a few minutes later, this man walks in a business suit, kind of tall, imposing. And I immediately was like, that's Donald Trump. What's he doing here? I'm supposed to be working for Epstein and interviewing with him. Why is Donald Trump here? And he walked up about, a few feet from me and just stood over me in a very imposing way and looked at me like he was in on some secret or something. It was really weird, like smirking, kind of. And I felt threatened, so I made an ugly face. And when I made that ugly face, Epstein walked out from the offices on this side. Trump's standing here, I'm here. And he walks out of his office and he goes, oh, no. He was laughing at me. And he goes, she's not here for you. Follow me, right? And he escorts him in to this other room. And I always wondered, who was she in there? Was someone in there, right? And I have no way of knowing, nothing. But I felt very intimidated because I had on running shorts and I was vulnerable, sweaty, just a nobody in an office with these 2 men. That it felt very predatory and uncomfortable. I have to say that when I made that ugly face, he backed off. It wasn't like he was aggressive after that, but he made a really vulgar comment following. And I don't know if it was like, like locker room talk in the 90s, the way men were, but he made a joke to Epstein, oh, I thought she was 16. And I thought that was so strange because at the time my sister was 15 actually. And I didn't think it was funny, even though it was just a little bit inappropriate, but I thought, I don't know what it was. But anyway, and then they entered that room.
So Epstein says, she's not for you. And then when did Trump make the comment about your age? Again, you were 25 at the time, right? So, I mean, you were a 25-year-old woman. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
was
a woman,
after Epstein
right.
said that comment that he made the comment about age, or?
Yes. So he first said, no, she's not here for you, which immediately made me feel weird. Like, was there someone there, right? In that other room. And so that's another reason I was nervous. And so as soon as he said that, laughed, I made the face, all that stuff, they started to walk away into that other room where he's escorting him. He goes, come with me. And he takes Trump into this other room in the offices at 9 o'clock at night. And there's no one else in, that I know of in these offices, but was someone in that room. So I always wondered what that was about. And anyway, that comment was made under his breath as they were entering that room.
As they were in that room.
I thought it was rude. I don't care what age I was. Like, it's rude to say.
Which, Jennifer, I guess brings me to where you are now. I know you're helping Maria now sue to get the unredacted files.
So, yeah. Donald Trump saying, after clearly making a move on this young 25-year-old girl he finds alone in an office at Jeffrey Epstein's house, says, oh, I thought she was 16. Now, obviously, in this case, we have only Maria Farmer's words to go on, but the fact that she has been truthful and vindicated today by the Epstein document release adds even more credibility. Not that I disbelieved her account before, but there were plenty of people who tried to poke holes in this particular story based on her claims about going to the FBI not being verified. Those claims are now verified. And I would just like to say, I think her claims about Donald Trump here are also true. Yeah, close one. He almost went after an adult. Now, what else have we found? What else has been released that we didn't know about or that we didn't have images of? Well, we have a lot of images of Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein. Like numerous of them in a way where almost look, my position is kind of one where I feel like anyone who spent sufficient time around Jeffrey Epstein certainly knew about what he was doing and almost certainly participated in it as well, right? And Bill Clinton, I mean, he's all over these images. But you also have Michael Jackson. Because of course. And Bill Clinton. And look, there's the painting of Bill Clinton in a dress. Famously in Epstein's collection. Deeply weird stuff. Deeply gross, uncomfortable, weird. Additionally, for those who are like, oh, why wouldn't these girls and women come out sooner? Well, here's one of the documents that was released. Let's take a look at the alt text real quick. Okay. Facts of a police complaint. Complainant stated that she is a professional stated that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters, 12 and 14 years old, for her own personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein at one time requested, redacted, to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening, redacted, that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. The FBI had these documents. This man was threatening to, burn down the houses of people who could potentially blab about him. Yeah, you have to understand, this isn't just, idle talk from some nobody. This is a guy who is powerful enough and has the connections to actually burn your house down and get away with it. There's some pretty disturbing stuff in all of this, but a lot of what we have continues to come back down to just a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of redactions. Like, I mean, this is ridiculous. And again, you have documentations here about, people
Not
being
sure if
potential
you've
buyers.
seen, but there were very creepy redacted memes in the files, like bad Photoshop memes with blacked out faces. Very gross.
Yeah, no, so for those of you, I talked earlier about this in stream, but I spent time today looking through a lot of the Epstein files that were released, and I eventually stopped because Epstein had a lot of art on his walls featuring women and girls in various states of undress or dress. And eventually I had the realization that there is a likelihood here that the Trump administration is not, in fact, editing out all of the all of the alleged child sex abuse material, and I got a sickness in the pit of my stomach, and I stopped. You know? It's really, really gross. Really, really gross. And there's a lot of just horrific stuff. Like, just now, one of the claims that the Justice Department has made about these files is that we're not redacting the names of politicians. Here's their statement on Twitter, because, again, all of their official statements go up on Twitter these days. The Justice Department is not redacting the names of any politicians. And as the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche made clear, and also keep in mind today they were only sending out Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. The guy who is delivering all of the bad news today, all of the things that were going to get people right mad, was the Deputy Attorney General. And it makes you wonder, what was the Attorney General up to that was so important that she just couldn't be bothered to address the public about the most consequential political happening in the country at the moment? Interesting. So all I'm saying is they sent him out there to do the dirty work and to try and like deflect some of the heat. Whatever Pam was doing, she was doing it elsewhere so that Todd could take the heat. But I don't think that's going to work. As Todd Blanche made clear, the only redactions being applied to the documents are those required by law, full stop. Consistent with the statute and applicable laws, we are not redacting the names of individuals or politicians unless they are a victim. And I just gotta say, if that's the case, there's an awful lot of weird redactions in there then. Just a lot of weird redactions that don't make a whole lot of sense. And also, it seems kind of like they're lying, because Fox News reported that they're lying. The Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. That's an interesting thing to say. That's a really interesting way of phrasing that. So, politically exposed individuals were redacted, as well as government officials. That seems like an interesting coinkydink, considering that there's at least one extraordinarily prominent government official that is expected to be turning up in those files a whole lot more than he did. But no one would ever do that. Just go on the internet and tell lies. Anyway, oddly enough, in all of the redactions, and those redactions, by the way, include heavily either redacting Donald Trump's name or outright not releasing files that include Donald Trump, because again, as you know, there are hundreds of thousands of documents they have yet to release. We'll see if they do. But I do want to draw your attention to this image, which is of Jeffrey Epstein here, next to, I would suppose, a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, in a frame that says "Once in a Blue Moon." You know, but what's happening further down? Oh, they're holding a check for $22,500, signed by, Donald J. Trump. That's interesting. Huh. Well, clearly it couldn't be related to anything important, like this story pointed out by Midas Touch that emerged from the documents. Let's see here. During one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump, introducing 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump. While these visits made Doe extremely uncomfortable, Epstein and Maxwell made her feel she could not refuse them. During this time, Epstein started to pay for voice lessons for Doe and insisted that Doe could not advance her career in any way without him. When Doe expressed hesitation about spending time with Epstein and Maxwell or acquiescing to their desires, Epstein and Maxwell would threaten Doe and scold her for being ungrateful. During one of Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner, Donald J. Trump. While introducing her to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. Look, if you need it spelled out for you, the implication here is that someone who is older and more experienced would know that they're chuckling because they are sexually interested in her. That's why she felt uncomfortable in that situation. A sensation she would only later be able to identify why and the source of it. Too young to understand, no more needs to be said, indeed. God. So, folks, I want to end this segment by just deferring to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking. Here is a small interview with the Epstein victim's attorney on the events of the day, how things have played out, and where they stand on this issue.
Me now is Eric Fadawi, partner and managing attorney at the Bloom firm. He represents multiple Jeffrey Epstein survivors. Catherine Christian is MS Now legal analyst and former assistant DA at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Eric, is Congressman Massey right? Are there the names of at least 20 men associated with sex crimes that should be in these documents?
I would imagine so, and I think that's a great way because...
Yeah, one thing to point out here is that the Epstein victims got together with members of Congress and put together their own list of around 20 names of men that should be appearing in these files. And I believe we have not had those men named. So we know that the Trump administration is holding out on naming and identifying the perpetrators of this abuse. They are protecting pedophiles.
Of course, there's a lot
rapists.
of distrust of this administration, and rightfully so. As we sit here today, Ghislaine Maxwell is sitting in a minimum security resort-style prison. So this administration has done nothing to gain the trust of the representatives of the survivors, the public, or the media. So we do need to find a way that we can verify whether once they say these are all the files, they really are all the files. And I think that's one great way is we know certain names are in there. We know certain things should be in those files. So
well,
if
what
they're
else?
not,
What else beyond those names?
Well, it's really just based on our investigation. We know a lot about what Jeffrey Epstein did. We know a lot about his circle. We know a lot about how he operated. So if there's a great lack of just any sort of, for instance, if there's no Republican names mentioned, that would certainly be suspicious, right? If every single name we see happens to be a Democrat, that would be suspicious. Or there's just sort of missing emails. Certain email chains are not complete, or there's names redacted that don't seem like that would be the name of a survivor that would be redacted. So there's a lot of ways. Also,
I will say there are a lot of men in these files who have their faces redacted, and I just have a feeling most of them are not victims.
Surveillance footage missing. We know that there was a lot of surveillance in his house and in the island. Is there chunks of surveillance missing? Are there days missing? Are there hours or minutes missing? These are the type of things we have to look for, because certainly I will not be taking their word for it.
Catherine, the deputy AG says the DOJ will release these files now in batches, but Democrats say that's not allowed. That's not what the law says. The deadline is 11:59 tonight. I spoke with Congressman Yasemin Ansari, and here's what she told me last hour. There's a lot.
Will Trump ever have a Brutus? I mean, the Brutus is going to come in the form of the entire Congress. Keep in mind, folks, the pressure on congressional Republicans is going to be enormous to act. And my feeling is that it's not outside of the realm of possibility. This isn't a guarantee by any means, but it's not outside the realm of possibility that he could be impeached for this. And again, the impulse here is going to be from, Republicans in Congress realizing that basically it is a question of either do they continue to have a career in politics, or do they give it all up for Donald Trump, a man who would genuinely not care if they lived or died.
A lot more to this investigation, and so I do want to make sure the American public knows that this White House has been engaged in a cover-up all year, and therefore, when they've already said only several 100,000 documents will be released today, this won't be everything.
Why? Out of pure political self-interest. Every single one of these people is there because they are self-interested, selfish motherfuckers. They're out for their own careers. The only reason these people rode the Trump train is because it served them politically to do so. The second it no longer does, the knives will be out. So
There's a lot more out there. The Epstein estate has more documentation. The financial institutions have a lot more information. And so we will continue to work tirelessly to make sure we get all of the answers for the American public and for the victims and survivors of the crimes.
Work tirelessly, Catherine.
The dude gets impeached like every other year. Yeah, dude gets impeached, but that pressure extends to the Senate, too.
But the question is, if this is the law...
There's a reason the Senate was also pressured into passing the law that required the release of the Epstein files.
If the law says you need to,
and I can tell you, Mike Johnson did literally everything he could to prevent this law from even being introduced, and he couldn't stop it. Donald Trump, I assure you, used every trick in his book to try and stop this law from getting passed. He couldn't stop it.
These documents, you need to release them by this date, and they're not released.
If the Senate wasn't swayed, these today wouldn't have happened in the first place.
What legally can happen?
There really is no legal mechanism. That's why you haven't heard any of the Congress people say there is. The reality is...
What's the point of the law if you can just ignore it?
Well, the reality is Mr. Blanche did not say he wasn't releasing anything. He said he's releasing 100,000 documents today, and they need more time to release others in batches. If he had said today, sorry, we're not releasing anything, that would be a problem. But even in that case, what would happen? You go to court, order it to be released. I mean, that's the problem that we have.
So
you could also impeach Pam Bondi. Like, Congress is not without tools here.
The problem also that's been pointed out is that these get released. We've had a few pictures.
I just fundamentally disagree with her assertion here.
So far that were released by the committee, right? And there's no context to them. There's no dates. We don't know what they might mean. It includes this one yesterday. It shows a foot with a quote from the book Lolita written on it. I think we should have that picture. Talk about the fine line officials are
Yeah. Gross.
walking when it comes to releasing these kinds of images. And there are others that are more graphic and more disturbing.
By the way, in case you don't know, Lolita is a book about a grown-ass adult man having a relationship with a child.
And the redactions. So, yeah, they want to redact some things because they want to protect people. But on the other hand, the people are calling for transparency.
It's well past 11:59 by my count, and there's no new drops. I say get the impeachment train started.
Look, we'll see what happens tomorrow. It'll be an interesting day for sure. My impression from Massey and Kana is that they're going to be working on something to make to pressure the administration. We'll see what exactly they come up with.
There are survivors who do not want their identity revealed, do not want any information about them, and they need to be respected. Yes, there may be men, I'll say there were men, even though Ms. Maxwell's a woman, so clearly women were involved, who may have been accused, but I would be remiss if I didn't say the key word is accused. Suppose they had been looked at and it was determined that no crime was committed. Why should their names be released?
Or did they look at them and say no federal crime was committed, which could be different than a state law?
Exactly. But we need to know that without just releasing people's names, without knowing the context.
Do you believe that
I disagree. If you went and hung out on Epstein's rape island, people should know who you are.
DOJ will have the survivors' best interest at heart when they decide which information to reveal and which to redact?
Again,
can't Congress just leak the unredacted files? What stops them from doing that? My understanding is that Congress does not possess the unredacted files. Only the DOJ has them at this point, is my understanding, but I could be wrong on that.
This goes back to my distrust of this administration and how they have dealt with the Jeffrey Epstein.
Like, my guess on how this is going to play out, based on this initial government action, is that they're going to try and slow walk this to buy time to come up with a plan and a legal strategy. And my hunch is that, kind of like Nixon with the walls closing around him with Watergate, they're not going to be able to really put together a legal defense. Like, this is a delaying tactic. It is not going to stop the files entirely from being released. So we'll see kind of how this goes, but I think every day they delay releasing all of the files is another day where some truly incalculable levels of political damage is done to Trump in the eyes of his base.
issue. They have not been a trustworthy administration. It's been stated many times that they've been involved in a cover-up, it appears, to keep these files private. So I'm concerned that they do not have anybody's interest in mind other than Donald Trump's. However, I have been in touch with the DOJ. My team and myself have been speaking with the DOJ about redacting, providing our clients and our names to make sure that they're 100% redacted. So I do believe there are some efforts, at least, to keep the victims and the survivors' names private and redacted. However, I'm not sure those same efforts are being put forth to make sure that the full comprehensive files, other than the victims' names, are released, because we just heard today we're not even going to get the full trench of documents today, which really there's no excuse. They've had a long time to do this. This isn't the type of thing where they just learned yesterday, oh, we got to get these documents out. They've known for a long time. There is no excuse to not have the entire full trench of documents available today, so the survivors can finally get accountability, justice, and closure.
So what will you be looking for?
A lot of things. I want to be looking for, first, of course, what everyone's looking for is to see who may have co-abused with Jeffrey Epstein. We know.
I mean, so this administration is absolutely fucked, huh? My understanding, look, I don't know if they're absolutely fucked, but I do think that this is an issue that MAGA voters can't really stop. They can't really just be like, oh, okay, and then like go on with their lives. Like the entire focus for like the last, I don't know, 6 years since Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, like, has been kind of based around the idea that Donald Trump is like a secret pedophile fighter and is gonna like bring all the pedophiles to justice. Like you've got a not insignificant portion of the MAGA base arising out of QAnon, and QAnon's entire thing was that Donald Trump is like secretly like destroying the swamp and the deep state and the pedophiles, hashtag trust the plan. And like, they're not gonna just let this one go, because basically the entire propaganda apparatus they've surrounded themselves with lends itself to this is the most important issue. They've believed that for years now, and I don't think they can just give it up. And the question has always been, which is going to wind up being stronger, their cultish devotion to Donald Trump, or like, do they actually care about like victims of pedophilia? And like, for a lot of them, they might genuinely care, at least on this one issue and this one time. Like, it's going to be something that's nearly impossible for many of them to let go, especially when the Trump administration is doing nothing but like fostering more suspicion of itself.
Jeffrey Epstein was an absolute monster and the greatest predator of our time. Who else may have actually co-abused? What evidence is there of other individuals? Second, I would like to see what individuals aided, abetted, or facilitated those crimes. Much like Ghislaine Maxwell has been convicted of, what individuals, especially high profile, facilitated those crimes? And third, remember, I've had a lot to say about the sweetheart deal Alex Acosta gave Jeffrey Epstein in 2008, but the one thing Acosta did is he made...
Well, Ryan, one way one could know is whether or not a judge ordered an unredacted version of a document to be released, right? For example, the New York grand jury findings in the Epstein trial. A judge ordered that entire thing to be released to the public after the Trump administration asked for it to be made released to the public. And in this tranche of documents that was released, it was included, but every single page was redacted. Every single page. And I don't think one can claim every single page was a victim. Every single word was the name of a victim? I don't think so.
Jeffrey Epstein, a registered sex offender, and that was public. So post-2008, Jeffrey Epstein was a registered sex offender.
Their devotion to Trump is mythical, but propaganda has rotted their brains and the train has too much momentum to stop. I don't think they care. I think they just can't stop.
I mean, that's I think, a fair point.
continued to associate closely with Jeffrey Epstein after it was known that he was a predator?
That was my question about some of the pictures that were released. We don't know when, and it matters whether it was before or after.
Absolutely, it matters. He was a public registered sex offender. For some time, he was wearing an ankle bracelet because he was on house arrest. And that was pretty public, especially among his circle. So I am very interested to see some of the dates on those pictures we saw, and perhaps further pictures.
Oh, and Rod Ramis, absolutely, there will still be people who support Donald Trump, even if one of the documents proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's a pedophile. Like, even if that happened, he would still have supporters. But the issue is, would he have enough supporters to keep congressional Republicans on his side? Would he still maintain enough power over his base to continue holding the position he holds? And my hunch is that the answer here is no. Like, again, he's at 33% support on economic issues. He's at 27% support on, cost of living. And like, if you throw on top that like he was doing pedophile shit with Jeffrey Epstein, I don't think he survives that, like, politically.
And further evidence of who continued to go to his island, who continued to go to his house and spend a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein after it was revealed that he was a registered sex offender. Those people have a lot of questions.
And financial records. Yeah. There were a lot of suspicious activity reports reported to the Department of Treasury by his bank.
Yeah, by the way, interestingly enough, my understanding is all of those Treasury documents that the Trump administration has been sitting on, that Scott Bessent, rather, has been sitting on and ignoring calls to make public. My understanding is none of those documents have been made public. The documents detailing Jeffrey Epstein's financial affairs and the flow of money that went into Jeffrey Epstein's dealings and out of Jeffrey Epstein's dealings. And it's interesting to me that the Trump administration has been just sitting on all of that because most of that information isn't going to be dealing directly with victims whose names need to be redacted, if you know what I'm saying. But Scott Bessent has just been sitting on it and ignoring requests to release those documents, which now are legally mandated to be released. So pretty interesting that hasn't come to light, isn't it? Considering we all still don't know how Jeffrey Epstein made his money.
Banks. Let's follow the money. Who was giving him money? Who was he sending money to? How did he pay for that island?
Yeah, I also, Catherine, want to read you a quote from a New York Times news story. They did in-depth reporting on the money, how he got rich, but also on the relationships that he had. And this was about a victim who described being sexually assaulted, but later expected an apology. Quote, instead, she said, Mr. Epstein warned her that cameras in the mansion had recorded their encounter. He insisted she come to parties there. Terrified that her parents and pastor would find out what had happened, she acquiesced.
Also, look, Amber Brains, you're 1000% right. Like, I'm sorry, if you go to a party and you look around and you see a bunch of extremely young girls and you get to talking to any of them, you're gonna know beyond a shadow of a doubt within like 5 seconds how old they are. Like, they all knew. You can't tell me that people going to these parties where there were 14-year-old girls didn't know. Like, I'm in my 30s, chat. I'm in my 30s. When I meet somebody who's like 20 years old or in their early 20s even, like, I'm like, oh God, you're a baby. Like, you're a baby. And I can assure you, when I see like a teenager, they're even more of a baby. Like, there's no way these elderly men didn't know. I'm sorry. There is no fucking way.
Her book, Nobody's Girl, Virginia Giuffre, describes cameras that rolled in all of Jeffrey Epstein's property. She talks about seeing rows of tapes. Is it clear why there have never been more prosecutions?
Well, and the trans raider, I assume when I am 48 years old, I will look similarly at people in their 30s and be like, you're a baby. You're a baby. Like, I think you gain, like, an ability to judge, like, people's age a little bit better the older you get. You're assuming they're interested in anything they had to say. Well, yes. But, like, if you are innocently at a party, one might assume you would innocently be talking to the other people at the party and realize it's weird that a bunch of 14-year-olds are here. Unless, you know, you're all about the 14-year-olds being there and, you know.
There's no way people weren't talking about what went on there, similar to how everyone knew about Harvey Weinstein.
1000% Sake Tanuki. Like, there's no way Bill Clinton didn't know what the fuck was going on. There's no way, you know, like Mick Jagger didn't know what the fuck was going on. There's no way Michael Jackson didn't know what the fuck was going on. There's no fucking way.
Or where those tapes are?
That it's not clear because search warrants would have been executed at the time that he was prosecuted by the Southern District. They should have had those videos unless they were erased. But that should be in the file. We looked for videos. They were no longer there. That's information that we could find out about.
Eric, do you have any idea what happened to those tapes?
I don't. You know, that's one of the reasons we need to see the full file, right? There's so many questions. There's so much mystery still. You know, Jeffrey Epstein's the only person I've ever seen to get special treatment beyond the grave. There's still privacy. There's still mystery. We still don't know really what went on, or the breadth of what went on, and who facilitated those heinous, heinous crimes.
Eric Fudale, Catherine Christian, thank you both.
God. Can we play this?
Phillips was in her early 20s when she first met him and says she endured years of abuse from him and from other people in his network. And thank you for being here. We've heard a lot from lawyers. We've heard a lot from lawmakers. How are you feeling tonight?
It's journalistic malpractice to not bring up the clip
Well,
of
I'm
Cash
feeling
and
very
Bongino
upset.
claiming that Epstein only trafficked for himself.
Oh, God. Right? I mean, the fact that they, like, Donald Trump has called all of this a hoax. Like, he's called all of this a hoax.
I've always stood up and I stand for so many survivors out there. I was in my early 20s. There was hundreds of girls in their early 20s, but we're always thinking about, the children, the teenagers that were harmed in this way. And as you guys are reporting on, Maria Farmer coming forward in the late 90s, 1996, almost 30 years ago, and saying that, these people were taking, pictures of us and selling them to others. And then they were threatened not to say anything. That's a pretty big statement to say. That's pretty much the same thing that most of the survivors coming forward today are saying. The same type of fear that they had and the same type of silencing and threatening. And I don't believe, I know the former person you just had on said that, maybe it slipped through the cracks or they didn't follow up on it. There's no way that it was slipping through the cracks or they weren't following up on it. What happened is they realized they were probably up against very powerful people. And I believe that's what's mirroring what's happening today. 30 years later, they're still seeing, oh my goodness, we're up against these very powerful people. What do we do? And that's why we're seeing with these files, just little things here and there and so much being redacted and not getting the full picture and the full answers.
Yeah, the Justice Department says they're protecting victims by not releasing everything and by redacting things. That's not how you see it, though, tonight.
No, because the victims want answers. We want to know. We want to connect the dots. We want our stories to make sense. We want to know a lot of different things. So, I mean, of course, they're just going to say that just buys time, but they're protecting themselves, not the victims.
You had said before that you had talked to some other survivors as well and talked about creating your own list of the people who were around Epstein that, in addition to him, abused women. Do you think that that is still something that is a step y'all might have to take?
Well, we've been taking that step. We've been talking to survivors, and when I spoke to survivors, many more have come forward. And by speaking to others, remember, there's hundreds of us. So, not myself in particular, but many others who were younger, underage, or were forced to sleep with certain people. They know those names, and we have put those lists together and given them to the proper authorities. And so I do feel like the DOJ and everybody has everything they need. And with going through the files, you can also pick them out and say, okay, this person was here, and do a little bit more research and a little more digging on those particular people that we've given them those names. I don't understand why it's not happening. I feel like they have so much information to start connecting the dots and for survivors to get justice. But as you're seeing, we just keep stalling.
Yeah, despite that, you got good old Kash Patel here. No credible information Epstein trafficked victims to others. None whatsoever, he said. Not a couple months ago. Guys, they don't have the information. There's no way they could come to that conclusion after hundreds of thousands of pages of documents that indicate that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls and women to other men. Look, at the end of the day, this administration has stated over and over and over again that, oh, no, Jeffrey Epstein, it's a hoax. It's all a hoax. Oh, well, no, look, guys, we've already released all the credible information that Jeffrey Epstein was guilty, but, like, we have no credible information that he was actually involved in trafficking for other people. He just trafficked them for himself. Look, guys, no, look, we've already released all of the pertinent information. Like, guys, you don't need to pass a law that mandates we release it all. Okay, you've passed a law that says we have to release it all, and we've released a lot of it, so that's good enough, right? Get off our backs, man. Like, guys, it's so clear that they are so full of shit. Every single member of this administration. Like, do you guys remember when Dan Bongino went out there and was talking about, the Jeffrey Epstein suicide, watch, the prison tapes from the surveillance system? It was like, oh, well, yeah, he killed himself. There's no one else involved. It was just him. And he just looked like the saddest sack of shit in the world. Like, these guys are all covering up a ton of malfeasance, a ton of criminal activity. It's blatantly obvious. And if they weren't, they would just release mostly unredacted documents. Keep in mind, even if you're like, well, no, I mean, it's all redacted to protect the victims. The law that was passed required them to issue an explanation for each and every redaction. And they didn't do that because they're full of shit and they're breaking the law. Like, that's full stop. Like, that's what's happening. And I think that if even Asmongold, the internet's dumbest man, can recognize it, if even Twitter user John Bunch of Numbers MAGA can recognize it, then Donald Trump is in some deep shit. And I don't know that he can dig himself out of it. We'll have to see, obviously, but it's going to be pretty interesting. But I don't think Trump is going to be coming out of this okay. But what do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments. This should be a segment going up in relatively short order here, and let me know in the comments. Comments longer than 8 words apparently do better in the algorithm. So if you liked my content, hit the like button on the video and drop a comment longer than 8 words, and consider subscribing to the show if you haven't yet. And please consider organizing with your local DSA, make them more effective, like the New York DSA, and also consider radicalizing your local Dems so that we can grow a grassroots movement that is capable of ousting corporate Democrats, capable of beating Republicans that work against the best interests of our communities, and also get amazing reforms like Medicare for All passed. We can, in fact, do it if we all work together. So get involved. If you don't know where to start, join our community. We'll help you learn where the ropes with your local Dems. We'll help you get started with your local DSA. And folks, please support the show. You guys make this possible. When you guys drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., you guys are making it possible for me to do what I do. And I am incredibly grateful that you are allow me to do this job, even on dark days like this one, where we have just a mountain of some of the most heinous shit imaginable in front of us. So let's keep on going. How we doing, folks? Damn, Bongino is resigning, right? What's up, Nathan? Please pick a number. No reason. 69. Because it's the funny number. Boxhead resigning. Oh god, did you guys see Tim Pool? Did you guys see Tim Pool's comment to Dan Bongino? Did you guys see it? It's so he's such a fucking toady. He's such a fucking toady. God, real quick. Where is it? Yeah, look at I'm just going over to Tim Pool's channel, to Tim Pool's Twitter here. Okay. Got a pinned post about Rob Reiner. Low impulse control. Woman propaganda. At the slightest sign of disagreement, decided to rip my phone out of my hand. Okay. Oh, here's a post about Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay, we're talking about the Turning Point event. All right. Heritage Americans can become president regardless of argument. It's in the Constitution. Okay. Man, it's so interesting how for the last 16 hours Tim Pool hasn't said a goddamn thing about the Epstein files. That's so interesting. MAGA infighting erupts at Turning Point conference. Yeah, we'll be talking about that next, by the way. Just a whole lot of nothing on the Epstein issue, huh? That's so So interesting. Now, I am looking for a very specific post here. Where is it? Here it is. You're a legend, brother. Thank you for everything. We can use your voice now more than ever, he says to Dan Bongino, resigning. God, it's fucking stupid. Gotta get that TPUSA money, indeed. Rise the Riverboat Admiralty Commonwealth. Folks!
Back when I was in high school, I would play the anime opening to Buso Renkin in 2 tabs. I called this wonderful experience Ultimate Echo. Reliving my past cringe aside, you have reminded me of it.
Aw, hell yeah, Nathan. Let's go! Thank you for the $5 dono. And, folks, we've been going for over 4 hours now. If you've enjoyed or gotten anything out of the... Holy shit! Nathan!
So now you must pay the price, or rather I will, and you know what they say, go big or go home, and well,
Oh my
I am at
God.
work, I can't go home, so now Our Lady in toots in several tabs, please.
Oh my God. Okay, Nathan has opted for... Oh my God. How many tabs is that? 10? That's 10 tabs? Oh my God. Because a $50 dono is 1 toot. So that's 10 tabs. I sincerely hope this doesn't crash my computer, but it might. And if so, I apologize. Let's do our best here, folks. This is not a drill. Okay. This is not a drill. And Nathan, I hesitate to ask, do you have a speed you would prefer for all 10?
All at different speeds.
All at different speeds? Oh no. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just setting up... I'm setting up the tabs. This is gonna be hell. This is gonna be fucking modern art. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're only 5 there. All right. Duplicate. Duplicate. 7. 8. 9. 10. God. You might need to download more RAM. Any speed is fine. I'm a chaos demon. All right. You know what? Because I'm a little bit of a chaos demon too, I'm going to put it at 0.75 speed.
This is going to be as wild as the actually real game. D-Dinosaur. The dinosaur with double DS.
You know, Sake Tanuki, the worst part about your comment is not that I now know about D-Dinosaur, the dinosaur with double Ds, but it's that I already knew about D-Dinosaur, the dinosaur with double Ds. I hate that I already knew that. Oh God, all right. Go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. God. Okay. All right. Okay. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for a symphony of toots? Here we go. It's glorious. It's like seeing a sunrise for the first time. Oh, God. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh my God. Be not afraid. Oh my God. I can't speed this up or slow it down. I can't. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am strong. I am strong. We can do it. Holy shit. Holy shit. Why is there a health bar? I can hear a note. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit, that was so fucking funny. I think we found the actual boss music of one of these guys. Holy shit. Holy shit, that unironically made me lightheaded from laughing so much. Yeah, we all just survived the rapture. Oh god.
I wish the editor could have edited in all 10 versions so we could see the scores.
Oh, now, of course, in the middle of all of that, Mahubaka donated $50, which, as you all know, means that we can do another one. And I am going to generously grant the slows requested by the previous donors that I was unable to fulfill during this particular one. So here you go. Is that how it works? Yes, $50 or, 10 subs or memberships will get you an additional play. During the entire month of December, this is our tradition, and it's always been very funny to me. Way to ruin my night for a fourth time. Jesus. My goth heart can't take the holiday cheer. Yeah, if you look, legend has it that if you play all 10 versions of Trombone Champ at the slowest speed, it will kill Santa Claus. God, the vapor, it's honestly almost beautiful. How long does it last on the slowest setting? Well, the slowest setting is 0.25 speed. So, it's a 4-minute long video. So this is gonna be the next 16 minutes of our lives unless someone speeds it up. How long do you last on the slowest setting? You can, of course, donate to speed it up a little bit.
Not gonna lie, I've been spooked by an analog horror precisely once. That symphony gave me similar heart palpitations. I think it may have actually been connecting beyond the veil of madness.
Yeah, like that was like interacting with an eldritch artifact, you know? That was like touching the Necronomicon, but for sound. Yeah, this is what happens if you're at a party and you take the eldritch drugs instead of the fun drugs. Jack went to the Abu Ghraib School of Soliciting Donations. Look. Earlier in chat, someone donated subs to make it faster, and it was over lickety-split. You just enjoy these because you're an ex-euphonium player, don't you? I do like horn music, it's true. It's 5 to speed up? Yep. Oh god. This is the Emperor of Man's Terminus decree. God damn. Speed up only because I don't want T-Leif to die. Is this what it's like to have a religious experience? This is exactly like going to a Christian music concert. Hell yeah, what you can do. This is Christmas. Kicked into a pit full of candy cane spikes. Oh yeah, when that tempo increase hits. Just to be here, I said that just the other day. You could make this into a great Vaporwave remix.
Start this one halfway into the next one.
Oh god.
Minimum speed.
Okay. Done. Oh god. You know, I like how we're experimenting with music here. We're developing entirely new sounds. Do you guys realize we're inventing new sounds? No human has ever experienced these sounds before. Yes, but my limit for speeding up or slowing down is 2 of these. Oh god.
The horns of Gondor are blown. To arms, to arms.
Okay.
Once this is 3/4 done, start another
Okay.
round at maximum speed.
Oblivious, thank you for the $50 dono. When this one is 3/4 done, alright. Max speed. This is why our prayers will not reach God. Prayers fall on God's deaf ears, and we have deafened him. Oh my god. Creation was not a gift. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, I don't know why I find this so fucking funny. Aw, jeez, guys. Now everyone in chat is a Christian. Holy shit. Oh, God. Yeah, people who came to stream for the first time tonight are subscribing during this, and God, you guys are made of stern stuff. I've been converted from Catholic to even more Christian now. Yeah, look, how could anyone not hear this call to God? Announcing Catholicism too! This one started at the slowest speed. How slow is it? This one's at max slow speed. Pope versus Pope 2. Oh god. See ya, Brass Man. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Please speed up. Now that there's one, I can accommodate that. Latzia, thank you for the $10 super chat. This is the piece of music that makes people off themselves in horror movies. True. See you, Dustin the Dan. Mars could never eat this miraculous, indeed. Ooh, baby. The best part is, you will never be able to hear Mariah Carey's Christmas song ever again and think it sounds normal without a trombone.
You're lucky we like you, Jacko.
I am. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Bum, ba, ba. Baby, all I want for Christmas is you, baby. Look, I don't think Mariah Carey has a legal basis to go after this stream anymore, considering the transformative nature of how we have been using All I Want for Christmas Is You. Now, I've heard about this Kool-Aid Man Lil Jon song. What the fuck is this?
No, no, no. Oh, yeah! It's that time of year again! Kool-Aid Man, you ready for Christmas? Oh, yeah! Yeah! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Having a party on Christmas Eve, and I got a whole lot of Christmas glee, whole lot of gifts I'd like to receive. And you know, all year I've been planting them seeds. Everybody in here, VIP, old Saint Nick, that's the MC. Gotta see it turned on some old CDs, playing all your favorite songs from A to Z. Feliz Navidad, no eggnog, more Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, yeah. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey, all I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey, mistletoe, I got it made. Red cup, cherry limeade. So much food is like a buffet. I got this, I'm the king of Spain. Little kids and your dressing real silly, trying to do that dance like Millie. Why they like it when I wear my grilly? Little snowman, awesome chili. Feliz Navidad, no eggnog, more Kool-Aid. Oh yeah, yeah. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey, all I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey! All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas. All I really want for Christmas is everything on my list, baby. Hey! Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Wait, this ain't even my house. Let's go.
Oh? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What? What the fuck? Like, the song, as many of you noted, goes really hard and I like it. But also, why was Kool-Aid Man there? Why was the Kool-Aid Man in that entire video? What does Kool-Aid have to do with Christmas? Why did they give the Kool-Aid Man a fucking breakdown? Why?
You know they call him the Kool-Aid Man, but where is his asterisk, asterisk, asterisk?
Subtle.
He's not a man because he has a asterisk, 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 asterisk. He's a man because he puts holes in walls. Checkmate, transphobes.
Does that imply that the Kool-Aid Man is making some kind of glory hole every time he goes through a wall? But I have so many questions about the internal world of this music video, right? Like, okay, so you've got the kitchen, you got the Kool-Aid Man there, right? But earlier you have him. Is this little guy? Is that a little Kool-Aid Man?
If we're doing Christmas mashups, I recommend Welcome to the Christmas Parade.
Like, at what point does the Kool-Aid achieve sentience for its container? Or is the container sentient? And how does one decide what is happening with the sentience of the object? Because if you look further on in, first of all, is there an entire mixtape of Kool-Aid music? Is this a real thing? Is there an entire album of Kool-Aid based holiday songs? Secondly, okay, so these kids are dancing. Yep, that's cute. All right, but then we go back into the kitchen. All right, and he's dumping out the eggnog. Yep. Well, like, okay, so now he's pouring a pitcher